Hey, Bun Bun. Thanks for the resub. Welcome back to the shift where people are at reasonable... Well, no, not reasonable hours. Welcome back to not being on first shift. Alright, guess I'm a little hot mic'd earlier than I usually am. Hey, everyone. Hope you're doing great tonight. Excuse me while I continue to post my self-promote thing in various channels. Usually I'm not talking for another 20 seconds, but fuck it, I guess we'll do it. We're doing it live. Do it in Bun Buns. Not used to actually watching the stream. Yeah, it's been a bit, hasn't it? Hey, Sai, thanks for the hydration. Good luck at work, because I think you're going to be at work tonight. Yeah. Have a good sleep out there. Thanks for the hydration. Adding again, should have brought your headphones. Oh, well. In case you can't hear me, I'll actually type this. There we go. And then I self-promote in this server. Yeah. Yeah, Lob, let's get some actual sleep. Work schedules suck, to put it bluntly. I need to close my door, but until then, let's actually switch over to the appropriate layout. Meet the 3DS layout. 3DS aspect ratios are absolute hell. I woke up at noon. That's the good shit. Alright, I gotta close my door. Gotta do things in the proper order in order to properly enjoy myself. What it truthfully becomes. Why is that on the floor? I don't know what that is. Okay. James, I completely believe that. Alright. A little bit weird. But hey, everyone. Welcome to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney Spirit of Justice. The last normally released Ace Attorney game in the States until, barring trilogy releases, of course, Great Ace Attorney next month. No, this month, at 26 days. I better get to this game quick. Because then I do Halo twice with James. And then I do those two games. I did not expect to have to potentially rush through one of these games. Because a new one was coming out. But, oh well. I mean, I was going to get to them eventually anyway because of the fan translations. But still, it's also going to be a little weird because this is the first time in a while that I am actively playing one of these games on controller. Actually, I say a while. It's only maybe been a game and a half. Because I did that in Investigations 2. And that was the last time. Agreed, Eternal Sleep? No Eternal Sleep. Eternal Sleep's for losers. Because then you don't get that cold dose of reality. Where you wake up and you realize the dreams were just that. Or that good 3 seconds before you realize it was just a dream. Where you're like, I lived for that moment. By the way. How's the music sound? I know this is just like ambient stuff. But, oh, I can adjust it. Want those on. Consultation? Screen shaking we'll leave on. That all looks good. Hey, Gino. How you doing tonight? Let's get started. Now, I should note, complete transparency. I have seen the very first part of this game. I've seen this cutscene and a little bit of what comes afterwards, just so I could test out Citra for this computer.
Lies a peaceful country of spirit mediums and mystery. The kingdom of Kurain. But now, the flames of revolution
Viva la
are
France!
threatening to consume it whole. But things like revolt and revolution...
Also, wait, did I catch the name of that country right? Can't hear shit, Captain. That's... should not be a thing.
were the furthest things from my mind when I first arrived in this land.
No. Gino! Gino! Cow! Random child. Does feel a little low. Alright, I'll boost it up a little bit through OBS, because I have it at a comfortable volume for me, but I need to make sure it's good for you guys. Here in Kurine, death is not the end. Is that related to the obvious? Or am I just making connections where there are none? Even after death, the soul lives on in the Twilight Realm, and priestesses can commune with the spirits of the dead. I love Twilight Princess. Fear not death. In the name of the Holy Mother, fear only the impurities of your soul. Alright, so off the bat, this game's definitely going for a different aesthetic. Fireworks, fun. You can't stop him from adopting him in law. It's just what he does. Jesus, no! What have you done? There's blood on my soul. I'll have the child take the blame. Cool. Fireworks till 3 a.m. Oh, God, we're on the fucking 4th of July weekend coming up too. Ugh. Phew, I'm finally here. So this is the Kingdom of Kurine, huh? What a long trip. I wonder how many hours I was in the air. But just look at this place. Get a load of this street. Really feels like I'm in another world here. Yeah, the child's model really stands out in the fact that it's an animated 3D model and not a 2D sprite. That gorgeous temple. Right, that's the center of town. How many cute girls are in this game? I don't know, Bun Bun. I'm just starting it. Wow, an ox right in the middle of the street. I have to get a picture of that. Excuse me, sir. I wonder what kind of bird that is. I've never seen anything like it. That is a kick-ass looking bird. This is, I believe, after Dual Destinies. I think the only time they kind of are flippy-floppy with when the games might happen, and by that I mean they kind of go backwards depending on the order you play it, is if you play the investigations games after these. Otherwise, it's just sometimes the cases are played out of order, so to speak. Like, look how Dual Destinies case order was technically to... I've already forgotten the case order in Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. I just finished that game. Look, Bun Bun, I can't Google all the cute girls. Excuse me, sir. What? Oh, yeah? Pardon me, but are you Mr. Wright? Yes, that's right. Oops, hope you hasn't been trying to get my attention all this time. Wait a minute, are you... That's right. I'll be your guide at your service. I have a lot of those kind of names to look forward to, don't I? Yeah, actually, you know what, Gino, I think you're right. I think it was 2, 3, 1, 4, 5, technically. Because 4 and 5 are one case. And like, God, Trials and Tribulations is a champion of that as well. As is Investigations 1. I'm a monk in training at the Temple, and I'll be your guide around town. This game's gonna be full of that shit, isn't it? It's very nice to meet you. Happy Rocky? Happy what now? Happy Rocky. It's how we great people here in Kurine. It's like hello or how do you do. It's a pretty handy expression to know. Okay, let me give it a try. Hello, I'm Phoenix Wright. Happy Rocky! My name is Phoenix Wright, and I run a small law office. Well, that's what I do back home, anyway. Right now, I'm just a traveler, stranger in a strange land. Also, this is weird. Now that I think about it, this is the first time we've actually gotten, like, a proper introduction in an Ace Attorney game. Since, like, probably, now I think about it, since maybe Justice for All, because we had that little cutscene before that trial that just kind of brought us back in. I don't even remember how the first game started at this point. Welcome to our country. Welcome to the Kingdom of Karine, land of the spirit mediums and mystery. This is for you! To celebrate your arrival. Speaking of mystery, what is this mysterious green lump exactly? It looks like it's a Magatama, Phoenix. Come on. Allow me to explain. This is a famous Karinese sweet bun. It's called a Magataman, or soul bun. It's shaped like a Magatama. It's so yummy it'll send your soul right to the Twilight Realm. I'm already mad. That doesn't exactly make me eager to try it. Thanks. I think I'll indulge later. That'll be 20 damas. Thank you for your patronage. I have to pay? I always have plenty of those on hand, so just let me know if you ever want any more. No wonder his bag looks so heavy. It's stuffed with all the tools of his trade. Oops, I almost forgot to tell you something really important. It's about Miss Maya. Huh? Huh? She can't come see you for a few days yet. Maya! Maya! Yeah, when I called her from the airport, she said she was still training up in the mountains. Told her I'd wait for her here. Either way, I'm just glad to hear she's in good spirits. Maya Fey. She's a spirit medium who used to work as my assistant. I came all the way out here to celebrate the end of her ascetic training with her. Ascetic? Why did you say that name? Albie, this is my first time in this country, so I'll be counting on you, okay? You got it, sir. Please don't hesitate if you need anything at all. Maya was right when she told me I could leave everything in your capable hands. Ah, shucks, she said that. That sure was nice of her. I had a chance to show Miss Maya around a little bit, too. There's one person Maya was worried about, it's me. Because we both know trouble likes to follow you wherever you go, she said. She's right. That girl worries too much. But you sure came early to the party, Mr. Wright, sir. I mean, Miss Maya won't be done with her training for another 2 weeks. Ah, I hate to admit it, but I came early because I was worried about her, too. Ah, well, you know, I thought I'd get a little sightseeing in first. Oh, sightseeing? Well, I'm your man for that. I'll show you all the best sights this country has to offer. Thanks. That would be great. I guess Albie takes his job very seriously. Well, what are we waiting for? Those sights aren't going to see themselves. You don't have to shove. First stop, Temple. Right here in the center of town. There's something I really want to show you. Oh. Oh, God. There's a log button here, too. I have to make sure I don't hit the Y button. Please tell me this is a save anywhere button. It is. It's raining men. Hallelujah. Save buttons everywhere. Make me happy. Wow, it's even more impressive up close. Allow me to explain. This is the heart of our town, Temple. It was created by the founder of the Karinism, the Holy Mother herself. I'm training right here at this temple to be a monk someday. I read that people of this country are all adherents of the Karinism. According to my guidebook, it's a religion in which ancestral spirits are venerated. The Holy Mother was a great spirit medium who could commune with our ancestors' souls. And spirit mediums become queen to this day, direct descendants of the Holy Mother. A spirit medium rules the entire country, huh? Talk about power and influence.
The main thing you'll want to see when you come to Temple is the Dance of Devotion rite. The Dance of Devotion takes place twice, once in the morning and once in the afternoon. This dance, along with the Song of Ceremony, is performed in offering to the Holy Mother. The Dance of Devotion has the power to summon forth souls from the Twilight Realm to incarnate us, and we believe the souls can have to— Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hold it! Slow down!
I had enough of that with Wendy Oldbag. I can't remember all of that at once. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I got a little overexcited.
Anyway, the main thing I got from all that is that you really, really love your country. Yeah, the models, they took some getting used to in Dual Destinies, and some of the animations were weird. I'll be real, I'm already impressed with this game animation-wise comparatively, because Albi's animations are a lot smoother than a lot of the ones from Dual Destinies.
Well, that's sure true.
I like this kid. Pours his heart into everything he does.
Let's see, I guess I just explained about half of what I usually explain. So I'll give you a special discount, only charge you 10 Damas for the tour fee. Thank you for your patronage. I guess he pours his heart into aggressive salesmanship, too. Come to think of it, Miss Maya told me she could tell I love my country, too. I stood here for about an hour while I told her all about the Holy Mother.
Really? An hour? Well, that counted as patience training.
And she seemed really interested, too. She listened to my whole speech.
Huh. That doesn't sound like the Maya I know.
Miss Maya's so kind and nice. She treats me really well, like a little brother. She's kind of like a big sister to me.
This is Maya Fey you're talking about, right? Huh, maybe she's grown up since I last saw her. I mean, the last time we saw her... Actually, when would that have been? That would have been around the time we finished up the original trilogy. And that would be... We finished that game in, like, January or December, right? Oh no! What's the matter?
Is it that time already? We have to hurry to the temple right away. But first, let me give you this lyrics card for the Song of Ceremony I told you about. There's an English translation of the lyrics there too, so give it a read, okay? Let's go.
But why the big rush?
If we don't hurry, we'll miss the beginning of Her Benevolence's Dance of Devotion.
Her benevolence? Alright, Studio Bones, flex your animation budget for this game. That's not even a fucking 3D model, goddamn. Or it's a really well shaded one. James, it's an Ace Attorney game that Maya's probably gonna be in. She's probably gonna be a defendant. Let's be honest. Why are the cops here?
I'll be your guy. You're under arrest for treason.
FBI open up, literally. Her PNG is set for 17 and 28. That would make sense. Because she's, I think, 17 in the first... Or is she 17 in the first game or the second game? Either way. This would be about 11... well, maybe. Actually, no, I think she was 17 in the first game. So, yeah, this would be about 11 years later. That is a lot of guns for just one kid. You have a point there.
Let me in! Why won't you let me in?
Because you're a foreigner. What business could you have with this court?
I told you my friend's on trial here! The police raided the temple in the middle of the dance performance yesterday, and arrested Albie on suspicion of treason. I was worried about Albie, so I just had to come see him at his trial.
The trial isn't a tourist attraction, so clear off. You want a picture for your scrapbook? Take one of me and get out of here.
That is a straight up fucking rifle. Jesus.
Look, you got it all wrong. Just great. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do. I'm a lawyer. Yeah, I'm a foreigner, but I'm not your average foreigner.
What?
I'm actually a lawyer. Back at home, anyway.
What? A lawyer?
I can't. That's not possible. Hey, Fruit Boom. How you doing tonight? Welcome. What's he shock talked about? Well, whatever. Now's my chance. Nothing wrong with the lawyer entering the courtroom, right?
Wait, get back here, you!
Welcome to Spirit of Justice.
Whoa, 3D animated cutscene. So this is the Kearney's courtroom. Yo, that judge looks badass. I'm sorry. Wait, isn't that her benevolence? What's she doing here in court? Yo, this dude looks sick.
The divination seance has been performed. I'll now hand down my verdict against the accused.
Different guy, same voice. Guilty. Whoa. That's a fancy typeface. What? A verdict already? But the trial just started. Why is fucking Winston here?
Guilty. There's got to be some kind of mistake. Please take another look.
It's the latter, James.
Seances performed by Princess Raifa are infallible. They only show the truth. What right do you have to question her abilities?
But I didn't...
Isn't it ironic that you, a devout adherent of Karianism, would doubt her insight? Non-believers will only be met with suffering in the Twilight Realm, you know.
Why are you here? You should be in Japan, America, depending on where you are.
But I didn't do it. Your benevolence, allow me to explain. I beg of you. Be silent, impudent whelp. There's no merit to be had in indulging the ramblings born of a criminal's unclean soul.
But what in the world is going on here?
The judgment is ruling based off something called a divination seance?
What is Albie's attorney doing? Where is Albie's attorney? Wait a minute. Where is Albie's attorney? Jamarapan.
Yeah. Why is this happening? I didn't do anything wrong. Foolish child. Doubting the divination seance is tantamount to doubting the Holy Mother's herself. Your Majesty, as Royal Priestess in the name of the Holy Mother, I command you. Impose the highest penalty against this unclean soul. As you command, so shall it be done, your benevolence.
I sense a new corrupt court system.
May Her Holiness grant us her divine favor. Urdihara Karain? Oh, they're actually saying it.
Objection!
What?
Sup, bitch? Wait just one moment. You're...
In my big mouth. Now what? Mr. Wright? What are you doing here, sir? Well, I'm in it now, so I have to do this right. Your Honor, it's too soon to give your verdict. This trial's only been underway for a few minutes. Excuse me, who on earth are you? I'm, well, an ordinary tourist, Your Honor, just passing through. Ah, tourist, are you? Paparaki? But more importantly, where's this boy's defense attorney? Defense attorney? Whatever are you talking about? He doesn't need a defense attorney. Wait, what? Of course you wouldn't be aware, being a foreigner and all. But we have no need for defense attorneys in here in the Kingdom of Crime. Yes I have, Fruit Boom. We've been playing them through on stream since about last October or November, with some breaks for some other games here and there. Just last week we finished off Dual Destiny, so now we're moving on to this one. We leave it all up to her benevolence's sacred power of spirit Oh, that's not what I sound like at all. Whoops. A divination seances determine all. What? But surely you see how unfair that is. What kind of insane court system are they running here? You would dare mock me, you barb-headed buffoon. If you value your life, you will leave post-haste. Or shall I summon the Bailiff? The Bailiff is that big scary dude with the big scary gun, isn't he? I love this franchise. I'm sure he would be happy to oblige you with a bullet or two as a souvenir of your travels. This isn't America! At the cost of an arm and a leg, no doubt. Now, hold on. Mr. Wright has nothing to do with any of this. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Mr. Wright, but never mind about me. You just go ahead and go see Miss Maya. But forget about me. You have to go now. I'm sure you can find another guide. There were lots more places I wanted to show you, but it looks like I won't get a chance now. Beating this game 2 months ago? Nice. Welcome. I'm sorry.
Poor kid, he's trying to put on a brave face, but look how terrified he is. What can I do? What should I do? Gee, I wonder. I can't just let a verdict be handed down with nobody standing in Albie's corner. If Albie doesn't have a defense attorney, then I'll do it. I'll defend him. To defend him? You can't be serious. Do you hear that? Is he out of his mind? Heaven forbid. Defend me, Mr. Wright. What are you saying? You can't do that. I most certainly can. Don't worry. I'm quite used to tackling all sorts of trials. Besides, can you imagine how furious Maya would be if I let anything happen to you? Mr. Wright. You are but a naive tourist, ignorant of our ways. But if you are smart, you will heed my advice. Do not pursue this matter any further. Looks like defending somebody is easier said than done in this country. Bailiff, throw this man out. Your Majesty, if you please. You have something to say, Mr. Payne? Why not allow it, Your Majesty? Why not have him defend the accused? It could prove very interesting. Right, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Right. Mr. Whoever you are. Damn. Doesn't even remember him. Had a bit of a hard time with this episode. I've been relatively good with these games so far. Like I've only really gotten maybe stuck once or twice, and otherwise just saved at very bad times. Prosecutor, are you acquainted with this traveler? That's Chief Prosecutor, Your Majesty. And yes, I'm very acquainted with him. He's a defense attorney from my native land. I've had dealings with him in the courtroom before. Heavens to Betsy. What? Mr. Wright, you're a defense attorney? Yes. A defense attorney? Well, this is a shock. You may be surprised to hear that I have more than 10 years of experience. I guess there aren't all that many lawyers around here. Your Majesty, would you kindly allow us to proceed in the manner of my old country?
But, Mr. Payne, I've already made a ruling in this case.
Lighter gun. Lighter gun. I still can't believe you were right about that.
Call it nostalgia, if you will, but I'm most eager to give it a try. But I have a previous engagement, you see. A class together with the missus. Your Majesty, I agree we should have a back at it. It sounds amusing. A score of years have passed since we last saw a defense attorney in this courtroom.
What the fuck's been happening in this country?
A score? As in 20 years?
What is the deal with this? Phoenix, stop doing that.
Mr. Payne, I want that barbed head brought to me on a stick. Yeah, as you wish, your benevolence. I, Chief Prosecutor Payne, will see to it myself. Very well, Mr. Payne. If that is what you and her benevolence want, I will acquiesce. As for the defense, I hope you are prepared for every eventuality.
Every eventuality? What is he talking about?
There. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Wright?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Payne, and sorry for not remembering you earlier.
That's Chief Prosecutor, or the Incredible Payne, as I'm also known in this country.
And back home. I'm changing my mannerisms and becoming Phoenix. Oh, God. Does that mean I'm group dad now?
And you'll see soon enough just why that is. When you're forced to capitulate to me before this very court of law.
Why is he so strangely confident? And not only that, but... Shut the gallery.
Just you watch. That defense attorney will try and twist the truth. You can bet on it. Get him, Chief Prosecutor. Crush that defense devil.
This is way more lawyer hate than even back home.
Ooh, a fancy gavel.
Now, if you would please give your opening argument once again, Mr. Payne.
Certainly, Your Majesty. The accused is charged with 2 crimes. Larceny and murder.
Noticing a little bit of slowdown, but I can probably tool around. Actually, wait, I think I know something that can fix that right fucking now. Give me a moment. Just change the running resolution.
Yesterday, the Founder's Orb was stolen from the treasure room at the Temple. In addition to the theft, 2 other things were discovered in the treasure room. The dead body of Mr. Patrol, the temple security guard, and...
Patrol. I think episode 4 of this game is your favorite. I've heard in general this game is more well regarded than Dual Destinies, which I thought was great in general. Outside of what I've been foreshadowed to one particular case just sucking.
The empty treasure box that has the orb which Mr. Roll was in our charge of guarding. We believe that Mr. Roll was murdered by the thief who stole the treasure.
To kill a god armed with a gun. What a terrifyingly bold act.
I couldn't agree more, Your Majesty. Please allow me to submit as evidence the victim's autopsy report and crime photo.
It's been a long time since we had evidence presented in court as well. What? It's kind of refreshing, actually.
We may rely on the power of seances, but our police still carry out investigations. Thus, any proof I provide is indisputable.
Oh, really? Well, forgive me if I don't just take your word for it. I can check the evidence out myself by looking at them in the court record. We'll see just how thorough you and your police were, Mr. Payne. Such a deplorable crime. Let's take a look. Yeah. Song of the Founder's Orb, sung during the Dance of Devotion, includes an English translation. Dragon entire battle, Founder offers divine protection. Butterfly embraces the Mitama. Does Mitama usually have an H at the end of it? I've already seen that just as M-I-T-M-A-M-A. The favor of the orb is bestowed. Time of death around noon. Blunt objects. 12 to 1. That's pretty straightforward.
The audacity of stealing the sacred treasure of Her Holiness, our founding mother. It's a crime that strikes at the very heart of our nation. Exactly, Your Majesty. We mustn't let the culprit get away with heinous deeds.
Yeah, no, Payne hasn't said why he's here yet. You know what? He probably is on the run from fucking Edgeworth. Now that the Dark Age of the Law is over back home. Well, at least driving towards over. Hilariously petty reason. Oh, I can't wait.
Indeed, such deeds are best described as treason against the crown.
Is this treasure really that valuable an object?
How can you even ask such a thing? Of course it is. Why, sealed within this treasure is the very soul, the Mitama of the Holy Mother.
Her soul sealed within the treasure? I think I'll take that with a grain of salt. Phoenix, you've seen ghost possessions multiple times. Do you have an adoptive son who has psychic seeing, an adopted daughter, more or less, that has psychic hearing, and another adopted daughter who's an actual adopted daughter who's a fucking magician? I think you should be used to weird shit.
You don't believe it, do you?
Ah, of course I believe it. Something tells me I'd better play along.
This kind of irreverence is exactly why I dislike defense attorneys so much.
You haven't seen one in years, so you don't know. Your Honor, Your Majesty.
What is it now?
This treasure, I've never seen it, so it's a little hard for me to imagine. Can I see a photo of it or something?
Of all the outlandish requests, you defense attorneys are truly beyond the pale.
He's been getting awfully angry with me. And are those veins popping out of his forehead?
It's forbidden for anyone outside of the royal family to view the treasure itself. They say that anyone without the proper spiritual power can be blinded instantly. That's why the average person has never seen the treasure, Mr. Wright.
I guess there are national treasures that are off limits to the public back home, too.
For the benefit of the shamelessly uninformed defense, let me share this newspaper article at the least. It includes photos taken about 8 years ago when the treasure was unearthed. These are the only public photos of the outer box in existence.
I see a butterfly on one side, so there's probably a tiger on the other just based off that. That is true. He did not believe about the urn. I forgot about that. It's been a while since that got brought up last.
What's more, the treasure box only leaves the temple's treasure room but once a year. For a special New Year's rite that takes place for the palace. Therefore, this treasure box has only ever been seen by a handful of people.
Alrighty.
I hear there's been a string of thefts lately of historic artifacts from the temple.
Which means it's someone who works in the temple, right? Big ass lock with with what looks like a Magatama on it. Butterfly. Alright.
Right, Your Majesty. Inexcusable thievery of precious national treasure for personal gain. And the culprit's the accused. So he used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure, is that it? The accused's family is by no means wealthy. To help with family finances, he works as a tour guide in addition to his ascetic training. Thank you for giving an excellent outline of the case, Mr. Payne.
Yeah, not for nothing. That's a lot more information than we usually get out of these, but it's also the first trial. F for smaller screen, so tiny. Fucking right. Let me tell you, making a good layout for 3DS is hell. Because the aspect ratio is so all over the place.
Now then, no more questions from the defense, I presume.
What? No, I do have questions.
Even more?
But you just asked a bunch.
Well, make it snappy. My class starts in just a few short minutes.
What? You're still planning on going to that thing? There's still a lot I don't know about the case. I should ask now while I have the chance. Let's see, what else do I need to know more about? Motive they gave is probably money. Just because of that. Crime scene we got, more or less. Do we have anything on the weapon? Mr. Payne, what was the murder weapon?
The murder weapon was the treasure box itself. The empty treasure box after the scene had a large blood stain on it. How utterly reprehensible using the sacred treasure box for murder!
Yeah, I'm really glad they realized that too, because the audio balancing was all over the place back in Dual Destinies.
The accused came to the treasure room with the express purpose of stealing the treasure. He climbed the altar stairs and snatched the box ready to abscond with the treasure. But he was discovered by Mr. Roll, who had come to the room in the course of his rounds. After walloping Mr. Roll on the head with the treasure box, the accused forced the bloodied housing open and made off with the treasure inside.
But the defendant's just a little boy. I hardly think you'd be able to hit the victim, a grown man, on the head.
Ah, very good point, Mr. Wright. But I'm afraid that won't help you. At the time of the crime, the accused was on the stairs leading up to the altar. The accused's elevated position would manage to make up for the differences in height.
Because Payne's a dick, Gino. His entire family is. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Mr. Payne, your reasoning is flawless.
Not about to be.
What an elegant argument. Hats off to you, Chief Prosecutor. Your title is obviously well earned. Well, the accused's guilt is certainly conclusive. Unless there is anything else, I'm ready to announce my verdict. Very well, in that case, I find the accused. Just one moment, Your Majesty. Don't you think you're rushing the verdict a little bit? I told you I have plans to attend and. Ah! I'm late. It's already started. How did the time fly by so fast?
He is still stuck on that. We haven't even heard the defense's side of the story yet. Your Majesty, the defense asserts its right to cross-examine the defendant. Is that not a thing here? Huh? Did I say something funny?
Cross-examine the... What do you mean by that?
What? What do you mean, what do I mean?
I seem to have some dim recollection of the process, but I can't quite recall.
And little wonder, the so-called defendant hasn't been questioned in over 20 years. Should I even be surprised anymore? Anyway, I demand we let the defendant, or the accused in this case, tell his side of the story.
Is that really necessary?
Of course it's necessary, Your Majesty.
What harm could it do? I say we allow the boy to speak, Your Majesty. Though I doubt he'll have anything of relevance to say.
Oh, how kind of you, Your Royal Payness.
Very well, as long as it's okay with you, Mr. Payne. I'm already hopelessly late for my class anyway.
In that case, the prosecution calls the accused back to the witness stand.
Oh, but before we do, I'd better call my wife and apologize for missing that class. Any objections?
Go for it, Your Majesty. This judge is built different. He actively talks about his wife and calls her when he realizes he fucked up.
Accused, state your name and occupation again, if you would.
I'll be your guide.
I'm in training to be a monk, and I'm a tour guide, too. Why me?
Now, will we? Cross-examining the defendant, Your Honor, Your Majesty. I'm gonna have to get used to saying that, aren't I? Oh, Jesus.
Right. Let's do that then.
At the defense attorney's instance, I might add. He sounds a little dispirited. His wife must have given him a piece of her mind.
Well, the defense had better get to it, and make it quick if you please.
The defense? Mr. Wright, I didn't know you were a lawyer. Well, I am. I'm here to defend you, Albie. Don't worry. All I have to do is tell the truth, and you'll be all right. You tricked me! What? If I knew you were a lawyer, I wouldn't have given you that tour. Get back the Magatama I gave you yesterday. What is the deal with lawyers in this country? Albie, what's gotten into you? Don't talk to me. You disgust me. Now even Albie's against me. But why?
This must be a new experience for you, Mr. Wright, being loathed by a client.
Not exactly.
Now then, accused, please give the court your testimony. The incident occurred around noon, during the break between the morning and afternoon dances of devotion.
Yeah, they changed up on me. That's gonna fuck with me super hard.
I want you to tell the court what you were doing around that time.
All right. Ooh. I like that animation.
I didn't kill Mr. Roll, and I didn't steal the treasure. I'm not allowed to go anywhere near the treasure room. I've never even seen that treasure box with the green Chinese butterfly on it. Can't get close enough on that. But how do you know it's green? When the incident happened, I was in the hallway planning my tour route.
Were you well acquainted with the victim?
Yes, he used to chat with me whenever we ran into each other in the temple. Mr. Roll was a monk in training when he was a kid too, you know.
I'll bet Albie looked up to him.
But he had to give that up and go work when his family needed money. That's why he became a guard, but at least that way he could still stay on the temple. He was so proud when he was put in charge of the guard in the treasure box. He even got to carry the box to the palace for the New Year's rite. The victim's parents apparently both died relatively young, so Mr. Roll had to support his younger brothers and sisters as well. But even with his job as a security guard, I'm sure things couldn't have been easy for him.
Sounds like his circumstances and Albie's were pretty similar.
Mr. Roll encouraged me never to give up. Albie, you train hard and make sure you become a monk one day. Don't end up like me, he said. He was always cheering me on in my training and my tour guide business, too. Why in the world would I kill a nice man like that?
Yes, I see. You expressed yourself well. Defense, now that you've heard the accused account, are you finally satisfied? If so, let's draw this to an expeditious conclusion.
But, Your Majesty, I haven't even cross-examined the witness yet.
That wasn't the end of it? It's been so long, I don't really recall what this cross-examining thing is all about.
A judge who doesn't know what a cross-examination is. What fresh hell is this?
I really do wish I could remember how it works.
Should I give the judge a refresher on cross-examination?
Well, I know, but now I'm curious what this guy's gonna say to it. So you know what? Fuck it, tutorial text time. Oh shit, I did the wrong one. I'd better save my breath. The judge doesn't exactly seem like a model student. You'll just have to watch and see how it's done. Damn it. I actually wanted to see that. Fuck. Oh. Alright, so I want to ask right off the bat. Does that work more like the cross system, the health bar on the top right? Does that work more like the bar we've had in all the previous games? Or is that closer to the fucking strike system from Ace Attorney 1? Yeah, that was a pretty clean way of asking for a tutorial. How do you know it's green?
Objection!
Oh, Albie, why would you lie to me? So, you say you've never laid eyes in the treasure box, is that right?
That's right. It's forbidden, so I'd never do that.
In that case, how'd you know there was a green butterfly on it?
Huh? Because I saw the picture of it in that newspaper article.
Boy, it's grayscale. Back to the strike system, goddamn. Interesting time to bring that back of all times. Nope, take another look. These photos are in black and white. You couldn't possibly tell what color the butterfly is from these pictures. Hold on. His bag, did it just move? Polkunka! I beg your pardon?
Polkunka is a word in Koreanese that people use when they're surprised.
You just exposed a lie, so this is the power of cross-examination, is it?
I should be the one shocked here by your shocking lack of understanding.
But just a moment. If the accused was lying, then that just makes him more suspicious than ever. And this just makes things worse for me than ever. Albie, are you hiding something? Please give only true statements. I can't help you if you don't tell the truth. Damn, just can't seem to get him to open up to me.
So, accused, you have seen the treasure box with your own eyes after all, haven't you? Well, maybe I did take a peek one time a long time ago when I was cleaning the treasure room.
But you weren't in the treasure room at the time of the incident, right?
Kid, come on.
Okay. Of course I wasn't. Phoenix is 2,000% done. Yeah.
That is a lie. You were most definitely inside the treasure room on the day of the incident. And I have proof.
He does?
This was found on the floor of the treasure room. It's a scroll entitled Notice and contains a list of temple monk duties. These instructions pertain to the day of the incident.
And what exactly is that supposed to prove?
The accused's fingerprints were found on the scroll.
What?
Oh no! Where is it? It's not here! I must have dropped it somewhere. Indeed. You must have dropped it when you were busy murdering the victim. Yeah.
Interesting. No. Then that means Albie was there on the day of the incident, or it's planted evidence by the one who said he's going to try and frame the child back in the intro cutscene. So this is the power of cross-examination. The more the accused talks, the guiltier he paints himself.
Yes, it would seem so, Your Majesty.
He predicted my argument and had evidence ready to refute it.
How is any of that supposed to help the accused?
See, I told you can't trust lawyers and their lies.
Benevolence has already said the kid's guilty.
Just declare him guilty and get it over with.
No. Everything's going all wrong. Shadow, what do I do?
As I suspected, this cross-examination session has served no purpose whatsoever. No, you're wrong! But armed as we are with her benevolence's insight, there's no reason to doubt his guilt. I guess I'll just have to poke holes in this insight of hers. By the way, this didn't prove to be very interesting at all, Mr. Payne. Nevertheless, I'll now finally announce my verdict. Wait just one moment, Your Majesty. I haven't seen this divination seance for myself yet. As the defense, I have the right to check it. Is that all really necessary? I have to get home and apologize to my wife. I guess she really did give him the business.
Your Majesty, I enthusiastically support having Mr. Wright see the seance.
You do? And why is that, Mr. Payne?
Don't you want to see it? See the lawyer being utterly crushed by the power of the seance? And then watch him tearfully beg for mercy?
Well, now.
I'm sure it'll make up for not getting to go to that class with your wife.
It certainly does sound worth seeing. And it'd give me a juicy bit of tidbit to tell the missus. Ha 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 ha! I've been reduced to a juicy tidbit. Well, for an interloper, I imagine you do have to see it to yourself to be convinced. It certainly is unprecedented, but let's have the divination seance performed again. But then, right after the tearful begging, I really do have to be going. The only tearful begging that's going to be coming from the prosecution when we're through.
How pitiful the defense looks, still scrambling desperately for a foothold. Blissfully unaware that defeat and despair are all that await him.
Alright. Am I going to do the special episode? Yes, I am. I definitely want to do the DLC case because I heard that it's an interesting one, unlike the Dual Destinies one, which we skipped. And I also want to try out some of the asinine attorneys because I've heard they're funny. Alright, so starts the save button. Good to know. Also, while I'm at it, I feel like that might be a better audio balance. But yeah, I have the DLC installed and everything. Thanks, Kaito, again for that and helping me get in this running period. And by that I mean providing the link for the download. Ah, there she is. Her benevolence. Your benevolence, Raifa Padma Karan. Thank you for coming all this way once again. Well, she is royalty.
Your gratitude is unnecessary. This is simply my duty. Barb-headed attorney.
Yeah?
I am told you question the veracity of the sacred divination seance. It would seem the depths of your irreverence and blasphemy are lost on you.
I'm from another country. That's kind of how these things tend to go when you're not informed ahead of time. I'm a master of being a bad person and pirating things. Kaito, every single game I've done on this channel, barring that Monster Hunter stream, has been emulated. Hell, everything I've done damn near on my YouTube over the years has also been emulated, barring PC games where I can record with like Fraps or DXery. I apologize in advance for anything rude I might say or do, your benevolence. All I want is a fair trial for Albie.
You would imply that the trials of this country are unfair? Do explain, outsider. How verdicts founded on truths imparted by the very souls of the dead lack impartiality.
What's fair about trials is no offense and no chance of the accused to tell their story. How dare you speak to her benevolence in that matter? Did you hear that? You hear how he talked to her benevolence? Hey, you, take a look at this loser. Yikes, looks like I really stuck my foot in it this time. We're a totally legal community. Yeah. I've legally purchased things. Actually, now that I think about it, I do own copies of most of the games I've done over the years, too. Punish him! Punish him! Yeah!
Silence, one and all.
Is she standing up for me? No, she wants to destroy me herself.
Be not disquieted, my people. He merely expresses his opinion.
Well. Looks like her benevolence is going to be more reasonable than I thought.
Attorneys are ghastly creatures, with souls stained black by brazen untruths.
Hey, look, James. I've been doing that Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged impression for years.
Same with Tristan Taylor. My voice gives me super strength.
Although I've lost that one a little bit over the years.
The words of a lowly worm such as that are not worth troubling yourselves over.
All right, I take that back.
None of his prattling can sway the truth of my insights. Rest assured, he will soon see the error of his foolish ways.
Now then, your benevolence, the divination seance, if you would.
Certainly. Nena, my robe.
If that's the only animation that character ever does, I love them.
Oh, Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
Voice acting.
Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped.
That's my job.
Oh, dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
Anime cutscene. Full 3D animation, okay. Guess they learned how to animate between this and Dual Destinies. Alright, I feel like I should ask this now. How many times am I going to see this animation throughout the game? Because counting the animated sequence, this is now the second time. And I have a bad feeling. Where's Orange Claw? Is he alright? He's probably back home in Jamarapan, I believe is what you called it earlier. I'm sorry, do her shoes have no toes? What the fuck? Different cultures, different cultures. If anything, those actually look like they're more like sandals with, like, socks. Jamarapan. You can skip it after the first time. Oh, thank God. Yeah, Gino, this is the first time we've ever been to this area. Hey, Virus, how you doing tonight? I say, having left call with you an hour ago. Weren't you going to bed? Virus, go to bed. What just happened? An image appeared in the pool.
A final message from the victim's soul. The last communication of his Mitama. The divination seance has revealed this to us. Her benevolence can use her power of spirit communion to project the victim's memories of the last few moments before their demise.
Wasn't there a TV show that had this kind of idea? Imagine being in a call with friends. Also, that's kind of I'm wondering how that system's gonna work more, but that's definitely cool. Imagine how many friends. Lob, I'm right here, brother. What the fuck, man? So what we saw in the pool is what Mr. Roll actually experienced?
In the victim's memories, we see the accused raising a weapon over his head.
No, we just see him raising his arms. There might not be a weapon in those hands.
This is consistent with the findings of the police investigation. There has to be some kind of mistake. I didn't do it.
This looks bad for all of it. Really, really bad. Let the hydration flow. Comfy virus, yeah. Thanks for the hydration, Kaito. Tea.
Now do you see why I'm the incredible pain?
Incredible pain in my ass. More than I can express. But even if those really are the victim's last memories, what can I do with them?
There it is. There's the face of a man being utterly crushed. Oh, how I've longed to wait to see it. Isn't it wonderfully gratifying, Your Majesty?
Oh, yes. Very satisfying indeed. Now you're finally convinced, Traveler. The accused is most assuredly guilty. Am I really the only unbiased one here? Brothers can be friends. Like, I have a good relationship with my brother, but not everyone has a good relationship with their siblings. I am an engineer, I can make friends. Virus, apologize. Oh, my back. Oh, fuck. God damn. That was the loudest crack that's made in a while. I'm not sure if the mic picked that up. Mostly because I'm not Iggy. Now then, I think we've been amused enough. If you give up now, I won't even invoke the Defense Culpability Act against... The what now? You'd be free to slink back to your own country with your tail between your legs. The Defense Culpability Act? What's that? What? You mean you honestly don't know? No? What's with all the hubbub?
Well, well. Not only is he a lying, black-hearted lawyer, he's also an imbecile. Your Majesty, I think you'd better explain the Defense Culpability Act to him.
Yes, I think I'd better. The Defense Culpability Act, or DC Act for short, is as follows. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Uh-oh. In other words, if you help the accused by defending him when he is found guilty... My neck. My back. In other words, if you yep. You will receive the same sentence as he. Oh no. Well, that's one way to raise the stakes in this franchise. What? What kind of insane law is that? Under the DC Act, many an attorney has been convicted and met with a grim fate. Some went to prison, others received the death penalty. That's why there are so few in our country today who admit to being an attorney.
That's as it should be. The history of our courts proves that. Attorneys are black-souled creatures who will tell any lie to save the accused. Thus, attorneys deserve to be exterminated.
I've never felt so much hostility coming at me from so many sides. I know it's just because the emulator slowed down for a second there. But between the pronounced syllables of exterminate and the slight lag. It sounded like a fucking Dalek. What could have happened to make everyone feel this way?
You fell right into my trap, Phoenix Wright. Your win streak against me and my brother ends today. With the seance and the DC Act on my side, I'll finally get my revenge.
So that's why he was so eager to have me defend Albie.
Chased out and humiliated back home, fate not brought me to the foothills of crime. I thank my lucky stars that I'm chief prosecutor here now.
Defense, know that if I rule against the accused guilty, you will go to prison too.
That explains Albie's reaction earlier. It's anyone that sides with them, so not just the defense attorneys, probably even supporters. That's fucked up.
Your magistrate isn't a prison sentence a bit lenient after all. We're talking about treason. I want this fucker dead.
Jesus.
Yes, I believe the death penalty might be appropriate under these circumstances.
The death penalty? No way. You're kidding, right, Your Majesty?
Do I look like I'm kidding?
I kinda love this judge.
I'll have you put your life and your dark tainted soul on the line here.
Death? Oh, this can't be happening.
The Courts of Resignation. Our courts are well known as thus. In this land where my seances provide the truth and no attorneys can intervene, criminals know that all they can do is resign themselves to their fate.
Oh, foreign lawyer, I ask you once more. Are you sure you'll still want to defend the accused?
There's Maya to think about all this, too. I can't just lay down my life. There's not a choice here. I ain't letting the kid die. Isn't this why I became a lawyer in the first place? Yo! Not gonna lie, seeing that's a little nostalgic. Goddamn. To help those with no one on their side. I can't just abandon everything I believe in. All I can do now is stand firm and fight.
Well, don't hold your tears back on my account, Phoenix Wright. Admit your defeat and grovel before me, the chief prosecutor for your life.
Objection!
Fuck off. Even if it means being subject to the Defense Culpability Act, I will defend Albie.
What? Mr. Wright? Ah.
The defendant insists he's innocent, and not even a divination seance should be accepted without examination. But if I'm found guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even knowing that, you still want to defend me? I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this country considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me. But I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it.
Barb-headed attorney, you continue to amuse me. Though your barb jabs are proving to be more than mere jokes.
Your benevolence? Believe me when I say that this attorney will knock your insides out.
Insolent, disrespectful attorney. You'll have plenty of time to regret your folly in the Twilight Realm.
Oh, he's totally gotta have a cat in there. I will lose my shit. Not a wise move, traveler. Not wise at all. You should have taken the chance I offered to save your life. But you have made your choice. The Defense Culpability Act will be applied in this case. And with this verdict, you will both soon be parting with your heads. Gigaboots chat members be like,
The souls of the departed speak only the truth, and I but give their messages a voice. If you think my insights contain falsehood, I challenge you to prove it.
So based off this, is she gonna be the prosecutor, so to speak, for the main game? You already replaced Twilight with Shadow. Yeah.
Begone to the Shadow Realm! Yugi!
The accused swung whatever he was holding down on the victim's head. With the pain, the victim's vision went dark. This is when he lost his life. Still, I can't believe it. A murder after the morning dance of devotion. These are the victim's experiences just before his death.
As the victim's final memories, we can assume they aren't lies. So how do I break this down?
Allow me to relieve you of your ignorance, defense. Did you notice the words that appeared in the seance vision?
The actual prosecutor's weird. Come to think of it, I did see the words like Song of Ceremony and Incense. Okay, there was an actual prosecutor. Good. Yeah, I guess she is kind of the new widget, huh?
The victim's final memories are not limited to sight alone. Sight, smell, taste, sound, touch, all is laid bare in the pool of souls.
So what Mr. Roll experienced with his 5 sentences appears in the vision as words, right?
Precisely. And by examining these sensations, we can perceive the victim's final moments with unparalleled clarity.
Works for me! I can use all the extra information I can get. Now to find a contradiction between her insights and the seance vision. Your benevolence, I ask that you please show me the seance vision again.
Very well.
Incense. Looks at the bag, looks around. Then here's the Song of Ceremony. Boy's voice. Jumps around a little bit. Boy's voice again. Pain. I'm noticing different text colors. It looks like yellow might be smell. That bluish green is probably hearing. Red is probably touch. Wait a minute. Her benevolence said after the morning dance of devotion earlier, didn't she? Isn't there something about that? I'll use these arrows to select the insight I think is off. Yeah, this is the insight that sounded funny. Now I'll just carefully compare this insight with the seance vision. If I notice a sensation that seems contradictory, I'll tap select. This is it. This is the part of the vision that contradicts the insight. Now I just select the sensation I think is consistent and then press the X on it. Alright. This is interesting. It's like the video presentations in, I guess that was mostly in Apollo Justice and Rise from Ashes in particular.
Objection!
Wait just a moment.
Yes. What is it, Barbed Head?
You're saying the incident occurred after the morning dance of devotion, correct?
That's right. What of it?
Then isn't it strange that Mr. Roll could still hear the Song of Ceremony?
Oh my, you're absolutely right!
Is that all that troubles you?
Huh?
What the victim heard was just a practice run of the Song of Ceremony.
Practice run? What are you talking about?
Mr. Payne, if you would. Certainly. Allow me to explain. The incident occurred in the interval between the morning and afternoon dances. During that time, the singers were practicing in the performance hall. Precisely. I was there as well, so I can corroborate the statement.
I see. So what the victim heard was that practice session. Ah, there goes my contradiction. Okay, so they were practicing in this performance hall. That must be the room where Albie and I saw her benevolence dancing. However, Mr. Payne, I admit one detail troubles me.
Ask away, your majesty. It's a big temple. The performance hall and the treasure room are quite far from each other. Could the song really be heard all the way in the treasure room?
He's right. It is a very big temple. This is already a smarter judge. He actually brought up something like that of his own will and corroboration and shit. What? Well, how about it, Mr. Payne?
Your Majesty, have you forgotten? There are speakers in every room of Temple, including the treasure room.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. He's still an idiot. Speakers? For what purpose?
Are you serious, Mr. Wright? They're to broadcast the sacred music of the performance hall throughout the temple. That's why the victim could hear the song of ceremony within the seance vision. It was the practice run going on in the performance hall heard over the speakers.
Thank you for your explanation, your benevolence. That makes perfect sense, even to a feeble-minded old man like me. Okay, maybe he is, because he admits he's dumb.
Think nothing of it.
Now, if you wouldn't mind, could you please alter your insights for us?
Very well.
I think I'm getting the hang of this. If I point out an inconsistency, she'll update her on her insights accordingly. So if I keep pointing things out, maybe I can knock all her insights out after all. I better find another inconsistency, no matter how small. It's a bit hard to focus on the insights with the seance vision going. I'll try using the pause button to temporarily stop the... Okay, thank God I can do that. There, I paused the vision. I think I can touch the flashing panels or use Y&A to jump between different parts. I'll try moving the Magatama mark to the flashing red panel there. Okay, now that I know how to get around in seance visions, time to find inconsistencies between the inside and the vision. Alright, thank God there's a way to actually make it stop playing. That's good. Alright. We've already altered this one, so I doubt there's anything I can more alter in that. It looks like he swings later on, if I recall correctly. Actually, wait a sec. Speaking of when it goes dark. It goes dark and then has pain.
Objection!
You're saying the victim's field of vision went dark right after he was struck, correct?
Of course, as anyone with eyes can see.
Well, pardon me, but I must disagree.
What?
Your benevolence, please take another look at the exact moment the victim felt pain. Oh. Everything goes black, and then only after that the victim feels pain. Inconceivable. This places the order of events at odds with what you say happened.
My word!
Polkunka, your benevolence! What is the meaning of this?
I cannot be wrong. My insights are beyond fallacy.
Oh, what's this? I have a ping on Discord. Oh, Kuro sent a TikTok, okay. If what the defense says is true, it is a very grave matter indeed. Please forgive me, your benevolence, but I'm afraid this contradiction is something that we simply can't ignore.
Now, let's not be too hasty, Your Majesty. I think I can clear this up.
We have something to add, Mr. Payne.
1,000 apologies. It seems the prosecution's failed to make one tiny thing clear.
And that would be...
On the day of the incident, there was a power outage, a blackout in one part of the temple.
Oh, that's awfully convenient. Fish with a bow tie sophisticated. Yeah, that adds up.
And as I recall, the crime scene was in that sector. The power outage must be why the victim's field of vision went dark. I apologize for neglecting to tell the court this detail. I'm afraid it slipped my mind.
Or rather, you knew all along and are only letting it slip now that it's convenient, Payne.
The power outage knocked out both the lights and the speakers.
Oh, there was a blackout there, was there?
Well now, that explains everything, doesn't it? Does it not?
Back to Lyric LMAO, yeah. What do you mean, Your Benevolence? Please share your thoughts with us, if you would. Hi. Need help with something? Alright. Cool. Oh, the pants from the wedding, okay. Have a good night, Ma. It's always warm in here. It's usually warm in here. Alright. Sorry about that, my mom came in. The blackout occurred when the accused and victim were faced with one another. Fearing the victim would flee under the cover of darkness, the accused swiftly brought his weapon down on the victim's head. I see, that makes perfect sense, Your Benevolence. And so the victim was struck after the lights went out. The depth of your insight is awe-inspiring, Your Benevolence. Give her a hand, everyone. Well done. Long may you live and prosper. Hey, I want to live long and prosper too. Enough applause. You flatter me. Now, Your Benevolence, in light of this new information. Yes, of course. I'll alter my insight. The accused struck the victim after the blackout began. Okay. So much for my inconsistency. At least I was able to draw out some new info. And with new info comes a chance to find new inconsistencies. Now to compare the insights with the vision again and see what else I can dig up. Alrighty. I wish that auto-paused. But it's not hard to just turn that off. If anything, I'm actually really glad I'm playing this on 3DS now because that probably would have been annoying to deal with on fucking BlueStacks. Wait a second, though. If the power cut out, why could he still hear the Song of Ceremony? Because the speakers would have been off.
Objection!
Yeah, I finally found it. This is the gaping hole I've been looking for. Your benevolence, as impressive as your spirit communion power is, it's not infallible. You never know when to stop talking, do you? I hope you realize your words are an insult to all adherents of Kyrainism. Defense, watch what you say. If you don't mind your tongue of yours, you won't have one left in mind. It's certainly not my intention to insult spirit mediums. But maybe I'm not the one who needs to learn when to stop talking. But malarkey. Malarkey is not a word I expected to read today. I believe you said a few moments ago that the victim could hear the Song of Ceremony thanks to the temple speakers. But then, how do you explain how the victim could still hear the Song of Ceremony even after the power went out? Oh! This contradiction of facts can only mean that the Song of Ceremony Mr. Roll heard was not coming from the speakers. What? Impossible. What are you saying? The song he heard was coming directly from the performance hall? That's exactly what I'm saying. It's the only possible explanation. But the scene of the crime was nowhere near the performance hall. Right. The song couldn't make it all the way to the treasure room. Not unless... You mean to say... Yes, the treasure room was not the actual scene of the crime. It must have been somewhere else, somewhere closer to the performance hall. What? You can't be serious. There's a glaring contradiction in the claims of her benevolence and the prosecution. Therefore, the defense insists that this case be thoroughly re-examined. What? No. This is completely unprecedented. An inconsistency in her benevolence's insights? Unbelievable. Heed not his forked tongue, your majesty. These are but the claims of a corrupt lawyer, a feeble ruse from a feeble mind. But the contradiction revealed by the defense is undeniable. We can't just turn a blind eye to it. But the defense assertion says in the end is meaningless.
Even if the location of the murder turned out to be different, it doesn't change how we've seen the moment of the murder. Indeed, the accused is standing right there in front of the victim. Furthermore, the murder weapon remains raised above his head. My insights still stand.
I hate to admit it, but she's right.
The seance vision still makes the situation look really grim for Albie. I doubt even the defense can dream up an explanation as to why. The accused had his hands up over his head.
Well, this defense dares to dream of making it out of this nightmare alive.
You what? You still insist on trying to tear down my insights, do you? You'd better be prepared to back up your claim. Remember what will happen to that tongue of yours if we find you are just wagging it.
Of course I can back up my claim. Just as soon as I think of something. You appear to be fully prepared, defense. As the embodiment of this court, I give you permission to try and prove your claim, as long as you're willing to stake your life on it.
I concur, your majesty. Prepare the tongue shears. Chop chop.
Why do you specifically have tongue shears? Who has that in specific? And is it a butcher item? Because I feel like that's something that would be used in, like, butcher shops for, like, beef tongue. Ooh, that shit's tender.
Chop chop?
Yes, let's have the bailiff fetch them. I think I saw a suitable pair in the basement. Chop chop.
Stop, stop. I hear that lying lawyers have several tongues to spare. I'm sure he won't miss one.
Yikes, these people are actually serious. I'm rather attached to my tongue. Think, Phoenix, think!
Other than raise a weapon, why would Albie have held his hands up like that?
Aha! So that's why.
The reason the defendant had his hands up over his head can be explained by something in the crime photo. What explains why Albie had his hand raised above his head?
The gun.
It. As in the seance vision, I witnessed the defendant raise both of his hands over his head yesterday.
You did? Where did you see such a thing?
When the police had their guns trained on him as they made their arrest.
Oh, are you saying...
The victim was a security guard, and an armed one at that. The defense proposes that the victim had pointed his firearm at Albie. And that's why the defendant's hands were raised above his head.
Gun, gun, gun!
Them to one gun.
Polkunka!
Damn. Made an assertion so hard it made her faint. Who would have thought the seance vision could be interpreted that way? This isn't possible. It can't be.
Not bad for a total knockout.
How dare that lawyer devil go against her benevolence? He's no better than that traitorous snake Dirk.
Traitorous snake?
Dirk? Who's that? I'm gonna take it that that's the prosecutor for this game. Gun with its strap still in place. I'm going to assume that... Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Why? Assuming it would be out and pointing and that's the moment of death. He got taken out from behind. Who put the fucking thing back in its... Dirk isn't? Damn it. No, I can't believe it. A contradiction in one of my insights? There has to be some kind of mistake. I won't accept it. That's right, your benevolence, and I won't accept it either. It goes against all we hold sacred. Throw him in jail immediately for lèse majesté. What? Yeah, you said it. Throw him in jail. Yeah, make him pay for the way he disrespected her benevolence.
These people are definitely not my fans right now.
That's right, exterminate him.
Peace. Give me peace. I said peace. That's different. Now, everyone, please calm down.
Is he? Your Majesty, please assign this black-hearted attorney a suitable punishment.
No, I can't charge him with lèse majesté. Lèse majesté? I forget how that's pronounced. You forget the words no better. Yeah. What?
What? Why not, Your Majesty?
He was simply following the proper procedure for defending the accused. There's nothing unlawful about that.
But Your Majesty, don't you want to wrap up this trial quickly? Why not just give your verdict? You can go home and make it up to your wife.
We can't end the trial now. Not when we just learned new information about the case.
What? Your Majesty, not you too. You would honestly entertain the idea that my insight contains a contradiction?
Truly, it is shocking. In the 20-plus years since the DC Act went into effect, such a thing has never occurred. To be honest, I didn't want to believe it either. But with his life on the line, the defense pointed out an inconsistency, and it is our duty to scrutinize it to the satisfaction of the law.
You dare go against the royal priestess, you non-believer?
No, my faith is as strong as ever. But I have a duty to make fair rulings in this trial. If you insist on interfering with that process, Your Benevolence, I'm afraid I must request your removal from this courtroom, royal priestess or not.
God damn!
This judge is badass!
What? I'll have you know.
Your Benevolence! Please acquiesce in this, Your Benevolence.
If looks could kill. I won't forget this offense, Barbed Head. I admit not defeat. I won't.
Bailiff, please see her benevolence out.
Your Mitama will face due retribution in the Twilight Realm. The demons there they'll pluck the barbs right off your stupid head. I hope your suffering will be super duper painful. And I hope they throw you into a lake of burning fire. Yeah, and then.
Well, that happened. I guess she's still just a teenager after all. She is? Actually, that's not too surprising based off her looks. 14? Jesus! This motherfucker's 56. This motherfucker's older than Von Karma was, I think. He's 9? They're about to fucking put a 9-year-old to death? What the fuck? Now then, defense. Mr. Light, was it? That's right, Your Majesty. Phoenix Wright. Of course, Mr. Wright. My apologies. Well, now that we have this newly uncovered fact, I suggest we proceed with arguments. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yes, but do not misunderstand me. This doesn't mean I trust you completely. I'll be keeping a close eye on you, so don't even think about lying to this court. I understand, Your Majesty. Phew! Maybe now I can finally run a real trial.
Arguments, Your Majesty. Very well. I accept your challenge.
Huh? What's with him?
No, the look on your face, Mr. Wright. It's just too hilarious.
What's so funny, Mr. Payne?
The defense still doesn't get it. The truth he unearthed is going to bury him in his case instead.
What do you mean by that, prosecutor?
I told you, it's chief prosecutor.
Yes, because that's the point to focus on right now. They totally missed out who was on third joke. Yeah.
The defense is digging its own grave. Consider this, Your Majesty. Why would the victim, the security guard, point a gun at the accused?
Surprised him? Maybe he heard something coming from the area where he was supposed to be working?
Oh, indeed. Because the accused was about to commit a theft. It's the only logical explanation.
What? That does sound pretty logical, actually. What's up, Fruit Boom? What do you gotta ask?
It doesn't help the accused situations at all. If anything, it makes him look even more guilty.
Yes, I have to agree.
Allow me to spell out the truth the defense didn't bother to think through. Mr. Roll came across the accused just as he was trying to steal the treasure. The guard pointed his gun at the accused, and just when the power went out, the accused murdered the victim and hid his body in the treasure room. The hand truck removing heavy treasure around is stored in the treasure room. The accused could have easily moved the body with that. After all that hard work, but to knock down those insights. Ah, back into the old familiar corner once more. Mr. Wright, do you have a rebuttal? I'm drawing a total blank here. Now be ready to climb that scaffold. I asked you a question, defense.
What do I do when I can't figure out when there's a problem in the game? You mean like, in particular with these games? Like if I can't seem to figure out the solution to the puzzle? Or the question at hand? I usually just try to bullshit my way through it. I play the part of Phoenix, literally. Yeah, Gino, that's where my brain's going. Like, he's a 9-year-old. A 32-year-old man, I think they said the victim was on the profile screen. Probably weighs around 170 at the least, depending on height, to maybe 190. Especially if he's a security guard, he's going to have some equipment on him, and he's probably relatively well built. Yeah, I usually just bullshit my way through at that point, like, maybe this'll work? I've got nothing. I can't think of any grounds for objection. The only thing to do at this point is to ask the defendant himself what happened. But I don't know if Albie will cooperate with me or not. Albie? Will you tell us what really happened? You don't have to say anything, accused. Fall for his evil trap and you only dirty your own soul. Albie, you have to tell me the truth. I can't help you unless you do. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry. Why? Why won't he trust me? Is this it? Is this the end for both of us? Maya, I'm sorry. Damn, this game's really just... Never met a real lawyer before. Everybody always told me they're bad. Bad people who help dirty criminals go free. I never thought a lawyer would actually try to help me. Would actually believe in me. Would risk his own life for me. I never would have even imagined it. Albie? So, that's why I lied. To try and save myself. But I'm not going to lie anymore. If you believe in me enough to put your own life on the line, then I'm going to believe in you too. What? Allow me to explain. As she kicks open the door, yeah. Although I'm kind of totally down for this game teasing the lob with Maya barely being in it, only for those shots. For like 2 or 3 cases. Okay, now we're talking. Time to finally get to the bottom of things. To be honest, I went into the treasure room lots of times to look at the treasure box. Even though the temple told you weren't allowed to go anywhere near it? Yeah, I'm sorry. Mr. Roll even saw me once and scolded me, but that box is so beautiful. The way it glows in the dark, I couldn't help myself. Wait, it glows in the dark? That's right, it's covered in this special mineral called fluoronite that makes it glow. That's not the same stuff from Investigations 2, right? Wait, no, that was Investigations 1. And even then, that was from the Not Italy. It's absolutely breathtaking. It's really a shame they don't put it on display for the public. Can you imagine how many people would go to the night tours of the temple if they did? If only he applied such passion to telling me the truth earlier. Glows in the dark, okay. On the day of the incident, I was on my way to the treasure room again. When I ran into Mr. Roll on the Great Stairs. So those were not the treasure room stairs in the seance vision? No, they were the Great Stairs that connect to the hallway. Makes sense, the vision wasn't clear enough to show us what was at the top of the stairs. All of a sudden, Mr. Roll drew his gun and threatened me with it. I quickly put my hands up. Mr. Roll, he acted so scary. For some reason, he had his scarf over his mouth. I couldn't read his expression at all. Just then, the power went out, so I took that chance to hightail it out of there.
I ran for my life. Even now, when I try to think back on it, all I can remember are the gun and the piercing look in Mr. Roll's eyes. That must have been when I dropped the notice scroll. Which means someone else brought it to the treasure room along with Mr. Roll's body, without touching it so they knew that the fingerprints would be analyzed. Because they're, you know, not dumbasses. Well, they probably are, but they're not that much of a dumbass. They're not Larry, is essentially what I'm getting to. Did Mr. Roll say anything to you when you ran into him on the stairs? What is it, Albie? I have no idea why, but he asked me a strange question. Did you steal it? He said. What? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I didn't say all this before. I didn't think anyone would believe me. Meaning that it was already stolen at the time of the murder. A grand speech, one that confirmed my suspicions that you were the thief.
Objection!
But that might have just been the victim's misunderstanding.
Objection!
When there's smoke, there's fire, as they say. The victim must have had a good reason to be suspicious of the accused. Why does every new piece of information have to seem so incriminating? You could say that for this entire fucking franchise, Phoenix. Like, this entire series is, no you, no you, no you, no you.
No me.
Shadow, what do I do, Shadow? Use the Chaos Emeralds. And what better reason to suspect the boy than seeing the treasure box in his hands? In the course of his rounds, the victim must have noticed that the treasure had been stolen. And then, just after that, he ran to the accused. I'll be your guide. No, that's not what happened. Therefore, the one who stole the treasure and killed the victim can be none other than the accused. Ah! Please be a cat, please be a cat, please be a cat. That's a dog. It might be adorable though, so it'll be worth it still. What now? Okay, that's absolutely adorable. This thing is precious. I want to protect. Hey, Shadow, down boy! Well, what do we have here? I'm sorry about this. This is my dog, Shadow. I love him. He is the new... Missile, you have competition. You nearly gave me a heart attack. So that's what was making his bag move. Can't you quiet that yappy mutt down? Shadow says that Mr. Roll made a mistake. You can understand him? Don't tell me this surprise witness for the defense. I beg your pardon. You're not thinking of cross-examining an animal, are you? Of course not, Your Majesty. Not this time, anyway. Oh, okay, good. I was about to say, if you don't bring up Polly, you're doing it wrong. Whew. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I thought I'd have to reassess my assessment of your sanity for a second there. I think I'd better reassess my strategy, and fast! I have to somehow show that someone else could have struck the victim, or were sunk. While it's true the defendant was standing in front of the victim when he died, it doesn't mean somebody else couldn't have struck the victim at that time. If you're going to go that far, I hope this means you have another angle of approach ready. Exactly. I mean, who but the accused, standing front and center, could have done it? Someone behind him? Unless you can back up your claim, it's nothing more than conjecture. Okay, come on, Phoenix. I know I can think of something convincing. Where else could the victim have been struck from? Actually, how does the touchscreen work for this? Okay, that's about what I expected.
Take that!
with the defendant standing in front of the victim, isn't it possible that the victim could have been struck from behind? From behind, you say? I see. Yes, I suppose it's not outside the realm of possibility. Good. Now at least I have some breathing room. But who do you suppose it could have been? Oh, the true culprit, naturally, the one who actually committed the theft and murder. The true culprit? And I suppose you have a true timeline of events to go along with that? I should have known I'd have to explain everything. Alright, if we assume the true culprit struck the victim from behind, then that means they were probably hiding in the storeroom. After going to the treasure room and stealing the treasure, the true culprit tried to escape. But then Mr. Roll appeared, making his rounds. I imagine the culprit then quickly hid in the storeroom at the other end of the hallway. Wait, we've done it twice? When else do we do an animal? We cross-examined Polly back in the first game. Who was the other one? I can't think of it. You're grasping at straws, Mr. Wright. Admit it, you have nothing but baseless conjecture. I'm going to look for something to base it on right now. Albie, when you ran Mr. Roll in the hallway, was there anyone around the storeroom area? I don't know. There might have been somebody there, but I couldn't see. I was only halfway down the stairs, so I couldn't see the ends of that hallway. I see. Swing and a miss. The whale. Okay. Okay. That explains why I don't remember it. The one we didn't do. Wait, we cross-examined the goddamn whale? Okay, yeah, now I definitely need to at least play that on my personal time. Oh, Shadow says that somebody was there. I see. Thank you for that. Too bad his testimony is inadmissible. You think this is a joke? Maybe the defendant didn't happen to see this other person. But that doesn't mean the true culprit couldn't have been there in the hallway. Your desperate floundering is getting hard to watch. But I'll enjoy watching you sink. What are you talking about? Unfortunately for you, only the accused and the victim were there in that hallway at the time of the incident. How can you continue to make that assertion? Because there was a witness, a very reliable eyewitness, which means it's probably the murderer. What? Your Majesty, the prosecution would like to call its witness to the stand. Calling an eyewitness to the stand, It's been decades since that happened. And unlike the defense's witness, you can rest assured that there are no pets involved. That was a low blow. Go get him, Shadow. You are the ultimate. Very well, I'll allow it. And now for something we've not heard in quite some time. Bring the witness to the stand. Alright, if it's Hippie Jesus, we know it's him. Hippie Jesus! Witness, please state your name and occupation. Please love and understanding's the name. I'm like Temple's head monk, can you dig? I did not see the hang time. Oh, Cinder, thanks for the hang time. Hope you're doing well tonight. Shit. Let me get my phone so I can start the timer for that. Where the fuck is my phone? Oh, here it is. Also, fucking right, Gino, there can't be a third person because a third person saw it. I fucking wonder. No, don't turn off the thing to remind Iggy to post her schedule. 4 minutes. Do I look like I know what a JPEG? Okay, welcome to Hank Time, everyone. We're outside of doing the reading. I'll just do Hank Hill's voice for 4 minutes. It's the dumbest bit I got, but it's the only bit I got. With that said, I don't do it for characters that I'm voicing outside of myself, because at that point it just gets redundant because everyone sounds like Hank Hill. Except for Spark Brushel, because Spark Brushel is a fuck. Oh, if it isn't instructor understanding. You're the eyewitness. Instructor? I mean, hey, I've had some teachers like that in my time. My chemistry teacher replacement in junior year of high school was nothing but that.
Not only is misunderstand him Temple's head monk, but he's also a renowned Damalan expert.
Sorry to have had to ask, what's a Damalan?
It's a dragon from Genshin Impact.
Well, what the hell's a Genshin?
Check it. Here she is, my sweet serenader, my one and only Groovy, right?
So it's a sitar, basically. Gotcha.
But you heard our sultry sounds once before, brother.
Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Oh god, he's actually singing it. Well, there's precedent for me not singing in these games thanks to, what was the name of the chef in Investigations 2? Powers, I want to say? No, that's Will Powers. That's the samurai. That's the song from the Dance of Devotion.
Right on, brother. The Song of Ceremony. Playing this tune together is a precious gig for me and my girl here, you dig?
Again, not for nothing. They're flexing their animations this time compared to Dual Destinies where everything was pretty subdued. I appreciate it. Actually, now that I think about it, Kaito, what was the rough development time on this game if we know anything about that compared to Dual Destinies? God dang it, Mom. Song of Ceremony, the song that was played at the time of the murder. Because it almost seems like this game might have had more time behind it just on the animation front.
Oh, Holy Mother, may the righteous sounds of my Damalan serve as my offering to you. Wonderful, a great performance as always. This is my thing, you know, my bag. I make my instrument speak, baby. By the by, Majesty Pops.
Pops?
No Damalan class today?
This motherfucker plays the Mullen.
No, I'm afraid this trial has gone into overtime. Thanks to the lawyer over there.
The class the judge wanted to attend was the Damalan lesson?
Well, you know what they say, baby. Never trust the lawyer, man. But transgressors against the Holy Mother have to be brought to justice.
The only justice gonna be served here is my foot up your ass. Came out 3 years after Dual Destinies, and yeah, 3 years you could probably get a lot of animation work done in that time. I imagine they probably started development about a year after the game came out. Maybe tried to figure stuff out, assuming it wasn't just here's our year of writing, maybe concept design at most. Oh, the timer's over. Goodbye, Hank. We'll see you later. Love you, Hank. Love you too, Kyle. Boy.
Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Understandin.
Oh, God, that's gonna be a fucking name to read every time.
Yeah, it's for the treasure's keeper. You must have been shocked to learn it had been stolen.
Oh, I'm looking forward to Great Ace Attorney so much for the fucking mocap stuff. Especially if they would be completely out of these games' budget's water. But if they particularly mocap the faces and then just stylize it, kind of like LA Noire for like actually, wait, no, we wouldn't be able to do an Apollo mechanic because that takes place before he was born by... Got a fucking silverfish on my ceiling? Huh, that is. Give me a second. I'm gonna go kill a bug. days, I had to go murder something. You know how it be. Oh, they smoothly transitioned. Cool. What was I talking about? Was I the LA Noire thing? If they like mocap, but again, you wouldn't have a fucking Apollo mechanic in that game because again, before he's born. All right, back to game. Back to game. Had to check pings. Yeah, man, that wasn't cool. Keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, Mr. Understand him. Understand him. Okay, there we go. I think I'm starting to understand how to pronounce it. That's right, brother. This here's the one and only treasure box key. And I keep it on me at all times, can you dig? So that makes you a prime fucking suspect, doesn't it? Right? 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 Can you dig? But the sneaky thief went and cracked open that sucker anyway. Total bummer, man. That don't look cracked open. So that's the key to the treasure box, is it? You know, baby, it's called the Magatama Key. It's a historical artifact to boot. It's been passed down from head monk to head monk at the temple. Whoa, wait. The first case in GAA is long as all hell? Fucking God. That's different. But then again, from what I saw in that, E3 presentation, there's a lot of new mechanics that are different for that game, so I'm not too surprised. That's probably tutorial heavy as all fuck. The Magatama Key, huh? And now someone's jacked the treasure on my watch. It's a real buzzkill, man. How am I ever gonna face Her Holiness again? Oh, Holy Mother, please find it in your infinite mercy to forgive me. Please guide this lost and humble lamb. Why do I always get the far out ones? I'm trying to think, who is probably the most normal person that we've ever had on the witness stand? We've had unlucky people, cursed people who are basically unlucky. We've had traumatized people. We've had kids who are super fanboys. We've had super horny old ladies. Ugh. 6-hour trial? Jesus. Who is the most normal witness we probably had? Oh my God, it might be Larry. I don't like that. I don't like that it might be Larry. Mr. Understanding, you witnessing the accused and the victim heading to the treasure room? You know it, baby. Best believe I scoped that tiny transgressor. Would you please give the court your testimony regarding what you saw? To bring justice against the transgressor, man? Yes, of course. I'll do all I can. In the name of Her Holiness, I vow to sing. Not for the truth, I swear to bring. Hit me! I swear to God, if he's implied to be singing this, I'm gonna be mad. Kyle, don't sing. Actually, I do sing, but only in calls with friends. Doing that shit on stream. I guess I've technically done it before. What the fuck was that guy's name from Investigations 2, though? I can't recall it. From the fucking third case. The chef. Oh, goddammit. After the morning dance of devotion. To go back to my chamber, I got the notion. Oh god, he's rhyming. Don't you know my chamber's on the way? To the temple's treasure room, hey, hey. I do like how they're even playing with the fucking text bleeps. That's cool. Any small footsteps I can quite clearly hear if anyone in the treasure room goes near. Albie was the only one.
Albie was the only one. Before the blackout, one other than Roll. Only Albie to the treasure room did stroll.
Tell me I was hallucinating just now.
Like, can you believe Mr. Roll bit the big one after that? Harsh, man. Yeah, I share your sentiments. You were the one who discovered the victim's body, weren't you, Mr. Understanding?
What? You found the body as well? He really is a key witness then. Or the murderer!
That's right, brother. After the blackout, I went to reset the breaker and give power back to the people. Circuit box is near my chamber, so I'm always the man for the job, you feel me? The breaker's in the first floor hallway, in front of the storeroom.
Oh, that was the wrong character. Shit.
And on the way, I got away for something funky. Blood, man, really harshed my mellow. I knew something wasn't kosher, so I swung by the treasure room to see what's what. And it was like, whoa, man, there was a poor Mr. Roll, dead as a doornail. In the interval between the end of the dance of devotion and the blackout, the only ones who went to the scene of the crime were the victim and the accused. So you see, Mr. Understanding's unassailable account is what led to the accused's arrest.
Hold it. Isn't it possible that the murder took place before the end of the dance of devotion?
No, I'm afraid that's not possible. The victim was in the performance hall until the very end of the dance.
He was?
Would you like some proof? How's this? A photo taken by a tourist this morning, the dance of the morning dance of devotion.
That's a radically different guitar. My, what graceful dancing. I can almost hear the sound of Mr. Understanding's Damalin now. Payne's right. There's Mr. Roll on duty.
Never underestimate the incredible pain.
Did I see that right? It's not in evidence yet.
Never underestimate the incredible pain.
Yeah, so in addition to Rafa's insights, he had backup evidence lined up too, huh? Oh wait, no, they're making the point that that was Roll. Okay.
Ugh. As head monk, my monks in training are like my own kids, like family. Can you dig it? I should have taught I'll be better, man. Before Her Holiness, the Holy Mother. Oh, Albie, confess your sins, my young brother.
Head monk Understanding. I didn't kill Mr. Roll. So I don't have anything to confess to this Holy Mother.
What? Bogus, little man. Your faith is weak like a wet paper bag. You feeling me?
That's not a bad theory, Gino. And it probably wouldn't be too hard to mock up the blood on the treasure box.
Spare the rod, eh, baby? Spoil the child, not maybe. Her Holiness is magnanimous, son. If you confess your guilt, she'll forgive you in the Twilight Realm.
I don't suppose she could forgive him in this realm first.
Defense, please begin your cross-examination.
All right. All right. Why did you feel the need to go back to your room? I have a question.
Lay it on me, man. How dare you interrupt the performance of the great Police Love and Understanding?
I was really enjoying that. Sorry, but you know, there's something about that name I can't put my finger on. What's so funny about police love and understanding? You had a question for me, brother? You were playing something during the dance at devotion, were you? You know it, baby. I was playing my beautiful girl right here this tomorrow. And offering it her to her holiness, I play the music and the singers sing the song of ceremony. And Mr. Understanding. Playing is the best in the kingdom and must please her holiness greatly. Now then, could you continue with your testimony, Mr. Understanding? For the Holy Mother, I keep on trucking. This Damala needs some plucking. I really thought he was about to say something about fucking, but this series hasn't gotten to the point where it will say fuck yet. Yeah, I have doubts with that myself, but I'm not gonna say anything yet. I'm gonna look for other stuff. He's a musician, so I can believe him potentially having some, not more precise hearing, but more like, oh, what was that kind of ness, where you'll notice the minor differences. I can't tell if this is him saying that Albie is the only killer, or Albie was the only one it could have been.
Hold it!
How could you tell it was Albie just from the sound of someone's footsteps? I mean, yeah, he's only 9, but Albie's practically family, man. Smooth group of his shoes are easy to pick out. I guess we all have that thing where, like, when someone comes up the stairs, you can tell which person is usually by the weight of the feet. Like, whenever my parents come up the stairs, my dad is 6'3", my mom is 5'4". There's a difference in how they walk and all that shit. But how do you know he went to the treasure room? Didn't you think it was possible he went to the storeroom at the other end of the hall? No way, man. I saw him with my own 2 eyes. You saw him? That's different. In the treasure room, this you can believe. My peepers peeped a sneak Albie.
I was like, oh, where you going with this, buddy?
And tell us where it is you stood when you saw the accused, if you would. Can we have him shot, please? When I heard the footsteps, I looked out the window. From my window, I can see the window of the first floor hallway across the courtyard, you dig? Went through that window, I saw Albie walking to the treasure room. Should I have him add this statement to his testimony? This has never not been a good choice. So you know what? Yeah. Could you please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Understanding? You got it, brother. Through the window, I did spy little Albie with my own eye. Let's check this. Actually, what is the notice? I don't think I actually read that. Oh. That's very important. A bullshit. There's something off about that, Mr. Understanding. My music's off. I'm sorry you feel that way, man. Maybe this vibe ain't topping the charts where you're from. What's your poison? Orchestra? Jazz? Soul? The latter, please. Especially if it starts like Godot's theme. There's nothing wrong with my ears, witness. But something's not quite right with your eyes. Mr. Understanding, you've been lying to this court. Now, why would I lie? I got nothing to hide. Truth and truth alone is all I sing. Lying, y'all? Nah, lying ain't my thing. I contend otherwise. Do you recognize this object, Mr. Understanding? It's a temple notice, man. What of it? In this notice, the following instruction to the temple monks is written. All of the hallway shutters will remain shut for today's dance of devotion. What you talking about, Phoenix? What you talking about, Willis?
Random time to reference that.
I'm talking about the fact that from your chamber, you couldn't have seen anyone going to the treasure room through those shutters. Gah! Looks like you didn't get the memo. No way, I don't believe it, man. If you don't believe it, why don't you read the notice for yourself? Let's see. Something, something, something. Will something for something, something. Is that your idea of reading? I'm not so hot at reading, Kuranese, man. I usually get one of those other monks to read stuff for me, you know. Doesn't that make your duties as head monk a little difficult? Hey, cut me some slack, man. How come you can read it? Better question. I mean, who trained you? Actually, it's probably Maya or Pearls or something. I only moved to this country 6 months ago, and you're already fucking head monk? Impressive. That's quite recent, isn't it? So, how did someone who's only been here 6 months become head monk of a temple? Now, little you understand. Religious faith can't be measured in months or years. I've only been in here to Kuranism for 3 months myself. The Holy Mother's teachings really spoke to me, prompting me to stay in this country. Or was it the fact that there are no lawyers here that spoke to you? Mr. Payne, I know just how you feel, my man. Her Holiness's teaching spoke to me too. Magic. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Brother Dumb and Brother Dumber. Well, I know why Payne suddenly became a believer in Kuranism, but could understand and have had an ulterior motive for becoming a believer too? Mr. Understanding, were you really in your chamber as you claim? What? Hey, but chill, brother. Weren't you instead somewhere else? Mr. Wright, what kind of nonsense are you spouting now? According to Mr. Understanding's testimony, he saw Albie, with his own eyes. Therefore, is it really nonsense to suggest he could have seen Albie from somewhere else? Well, do you have a theory, Defense? Do you know where Mr. Understanding was, if not in his chamber? If he wasn't in his room, then... If Albie had gone down the hallway towards the treasure room, there's only a few places he could have seen Albie from. I do have a theory, Your Majesty. Let's say the witness really did see Albie going towards the treasure room. What then? The defense proposes that this is the only place he could have been to see Albie go down that hall. Right around here himself. Like down here maybe towards the breaker already?
Take that!
There? But you just suggested earlier that's where the true culprit might have been. True, but no matter how I look at it, this is the only place Understanding could have been. Is there a window picture in the death picture? Let's take a look. Not by the looks. I think the implication for where that is... I forget. Do I have mouse displaying on this, on OBS? I really should just get a picture that's like an arrow so I can point to something on the screen when I don't have my mouse cursor. Either way, that it's implied to be right next to where the letter M is on Treasure Room there on the bottom screen. Mr. Foreign Lawyer, don't tell me. Are you accusing Misunderstanding of being the true culprit in this case? Well, fuck yeah, I am, because he's actually in a fucked up way. He's actually kind of a perfect version of a running joke in my family. There's a church in Worcester, Massachusetts that has the creepiest metal statue of Jesus on the outer edge of it. And whenever we were driving to the Leicester campus of my college, we would drive by that. And we always just said, hey, creepy metal Jesus. CMJ, as my brother started calling him at one point when we told him about it. Memories. Yes, Your Majesty. I contend there's a strong possibility this witness is the murderer. We saw him in a video game vision. Speaking of which, if they do that again for the second case, like they did in the last game, I'm gonna be pissed. How dare you be so disrespectful?
First you criticize her benevolence's insights, now you accuse the head monk of murder?
Objection!
This is the only place the witness could have been. If he was here, he could have struck the victim from down behind and moved his body to the treasure room.
That's nothing but groundless conjecture.
First case almost always does that. I can't tell if you're talking about the investigations games or... Yeah, I guess the investigations games don't exactly show you the killer, but that's just because I have a different setup for those. And there's one more thing. Do you remember what was said during the opening argument? The opening argument? During that argument, it was suggested that Albie used his position as monk in training to get his hands on the treasure.
That's right, and what of it?
Well, why don't we try this twist on precise? The thief used his position as head monk of the temple to get a hold of the treasure.
What?
What?
You joshing me, man?
You don't actually see the killer in the first case of greatest turn until they appear in court. Oh, interesting. Breaking tradition, but I get it. The key to the treasure box had been passed down from head monk to head monk. What better position to be in if you wanted to steal the treasure?
You can't possibly be serious.
Does this mean you're claiming that misunderstanding's oath of faith is nothing but a lie designed to get him close to the treasure? The witness hasn't been truthful in his testimony to this court. So clearly he isn't above lying. Didn't you swear to the Holy Mother that naught but the truth you would bring? In light of that, I don't think it's unfair to call your faith into question.
Yeah. This is ridiculous. There are other no limits to what this lawyer will say. I mean, lie is such a strong word. Maybe it was just a mistake.
Whomst? Oh.
Enough with the nervous wreck routine, prosecutor. You're just embarrassing yourself, man. What?
What was that, Mr. Understanding?
Lawyer man, you really are the lowest of the low. You've gone and said something I can't forgive. You called my belief into question, my faith in the Holy Mother. And nobody gets away with that.
Oh my god, is he actually gonna go? Oh my god, creepy metal Jesus is correct. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What on earth? That music is making my ears bleed. What the fuck? So now we're in Metalocalypse. Gotcha. I've only ever seen 2 episodes of that show. This is the music of my soul. Death to the lawyer. Wait a sec. What the fuck? That sounded like Mega Man X4. I'm the Twilight Messenger, can't you tell? Gonna take this lying lawyer straight to hell. Hold on a fucking second. Was that fucking Storm Owl? Let me get a song up real quick. Which is this gonna come through? That's a little different, but there is... The bass line's a little similar. That's kind of Mega Man X4-y. Especially for like Zero's themes.
He's dripping with lies, running with Philistines. I'm gonna send that lawyer to the guillotines.
I really thought he was gonna say Philippines for some reason, and I was very confused.
And now for something completely different.
Jet Stingray. Wait, am I getting the themes confused? Oh yeah, that's the theme I was thinking of. Okay, holy shit. That is the exact same sample for one, I think. Holy shit. I've played too much Mega Man. I recognize that. What the fuck? Got the wrong stage because I was... Fucking God. Fucked up thing is, Storm Owl's stage has jets in the background, so I can see why I made that mistake. What the fuck, Kyle? What the McFuck?
That plunkety plunk music will just let me express my rage.
Your rage, huh? Isn't the real source of your anger having your lie exposed?
You just don't get it. If I lied, it's because you drove me to it. All sniffing around and suspicious and throwing out false accusations.
Sorry, but as a lawyer, I'm afraid that's my job.
Yeah, well, lawyers are crap. Keep making noise and I'll have to use my partner here on you.
I'm the one making noise.
Hey, so you want to know the truth, huh? Think you can handle the truth, do you? Fine. Let's see you try. Feel the heat of my most brutal death beat. Savage, right? Sweating bullets, ain't ya?
Well, this explains why he had a different looking guitar.
The screams of my soul are gonna make a mosh pit out of this peanut gallery.
Did he really just win the court over with that performance?
Yo, geezer, I got something to testify. Get ready for the howling of my soul. I call this chart topper soul screaming truth. Priestess's dance had come to an end. To the music storeroom my way I did wend.
That's a new word for me. Go in a specified direction, typically slowly or by an indirect route. Or you know.
Death truth is what you dread. Hear me shred. Your rhymes are dreadful. From my spot in the front of the storeroom, I saw Albi creep into the treasure room. And trailing from behind, hound on the scent, I saw Patrol. After Albi he went. Me and my girl here, innocent and sweet, back by the storeroom, can't be beat. Then went out the power, ticket to midnight. Blacker than blackest night, robbing all sight. Yeah, baby, let that soul metal flow.
What is that music? I've never heard anything like it. And it's so fast, it's making my head spin.
This is Damal and Metal. Hey, yo, geezer, how those ears ringing?
I don't know much about music, but I've got chills and they're multiplying.
You scared, lawyer man? Run away fast as you can.
What a wonderful rhythm. What a wonderful rhythm. The perfect accompaniment for further deliberations. And now, Mr. Understanding, where did you go to the music storeroom for?
Hey, I want to put my Demalin away. She's my precious partner.
Gotta give her a good rest after playing in the raid. But then why'd you lie before?
Because you sent me to hell.
Uh-huh.
We all know about lawyers and their lawyerly ways. Am I right, people? If I admitted I went to the storeroom, he'd have drummed up a false charge on me. I didn't want to get sent to hell. What do you say?
He's right, that so would have happened.
Now I see why the Defense Culpability Act was passed. You feel me, Karayan? Yeah, you said it!
Is it too much to ask for a low-key trial?
Now are you punks ready to rock or what? I can't hear you. I said you're ready to teach this lying lawyer how we do things around here.
They really just had Payne's voice actor scream, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna lay it on you one more time. The screaming truth of my soul.
Alrighty. Just saves in case. I don't have to do safety saves because I don't think Citra will crash the same way BlueStacks did. Which, by the way, I should note, the Mega Man X Gacha, X-Dive is finally like available for beta in US. BlueStacks has not crashed on that at all the same way it did for Dual Destinies, so something was fucked with Dual Destinies in particular. And even then it stopped happening the later we got into Dual Destinies for some reason. Maybe a BlueStacks update? I don't know.
Hold it!
You say you went to the music storeroom. But how do we know you didn't go to the treasure room to steal the treasure instead?
And on what grounds would you base that accusation on? Got anything to show for it?
He's right, I don't really have any proof. Yeah? Well, you can't prove that you didn't go to the treasure room either. You can't prove a negative. You stole the treasure and we're ready to make you get away when you saw Mr. Roll. So you panicked and ran into the music storeroom, isn't that right? Why do I feel like I'm being stabbed by icy stares from every direction?
This silence is your answer, lawyer man. This audience knows the score. Just what we needed. A moment of silence to bid this lawyer's baseless claim goodbye.
Why do they have to hate lawyers so much in this country?
I said it before and I'll say it again, lawyer man. After the priestess's dance, I went to the music storeroom.
Hold it!
So what exactly do you mean by death truth?
It's the blade of truth that's gonna send your lawyer soul to hell.
You're not fucking... You're not fucking... My brain is forgetting a name. Blackwell. You're not Blackwell. Why did I forget fucking Blackwell's name? God damn it. Brain, work with me, please. I like using you. You're technically all I am.
See, your blood will be the last thing you ever see.
I'm not sure I want to get what he's saying.
I don't expect a bobblehead like you to understand. Either you get it and you feel it or you don't. Simple as that.
Hold it!
How did Albie appear at that time?
Come to think of it, he was glancing around all shifty like. You could tell he was up to no good. Shady, I tell you.
What's that saying about people who live in the glasses houses? Oh, what's that saying about people who live in glass houses?
Well, he was about to steal the treasure, so it only stands to reason he looked furtive.
Objection!
The defendant admitted he was sneaking into the treasure box to see the treasure box. Wouldn't that be why he was looking around?
What's that, people? Only the Holy Mother knows the truth, you say? Bzz, wrong. Please, Lubbin knows the score, baby. From my lips to our Holy Mother's ear, an artist only sings what he saw there.
In other words, my reasoning isn't good enough for God Boy here.
And what did you see next, Mr. Understanding?
Hold it!
I'm getting nothing out of any of these, Jesus. Something tells me that this is going to be a spectacular waste of time, but what do you mean by hound on the scent?
What? You don't get it? It's always the same, y'all. Lyrics questioned without mercy. The more famous the song, the greater the controversy.
It wasn't your lyrical sense I was questioning.
I say hound them scent like a hunting dog, because, we're always on guard and...
Uh-oh. Here we go.
The inspiration came to me suddenly like a flash, and...
Hold it!
That's okay. You don't have to explain your lyrics anymore.
Hey! You're the one who asked!
I knew I shouldn't have asked.
Mr. Understanding, you're still on the stand, so please stick to your testimony. You can explain your lyrics to me later in the Mullen class.
Fine. Have it your way, geezer.
Yeah, those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. That's the saying. God, that just reminds me of the book I read in, like, 6th grade. I think it was called The Glass Castle. Really fucking depressing book, and one of the least favorite I ever had to fucking read for school. Because the way they make you read in school is the wrong way to make people read. Summer reading lists are closer to what it should be. But goddamn.
The show must go on, slash and thrash.
Hold it!
What exactly were you doing in the music storeroom?
There, get the picture?
Picture? What picture? Mr. Understanding is requesting that you not ask him the same thing over and over.
Hey, geezer, you got it in one. Take a bow, baby.
How the heck did he understand that?
What was I doing in the music storeroom, you ask? I already told you. I was taking care of my partner in crime here, getting ready to put her away. But see, would you believe it?
He's avoiding a lot of stuff here. This is a press them all, isn't it? God damn it. Where were you when the power outage occurred?
Like I said, I was in the music storeroom. My girl had been sounding a little off, so I had to get her back in tune.
Isn't it true that you were actually in the hallway at that time?
The hallway, you say? Why would I be in the hallway?
You were waiting for Mr. Roll to come back from his patrol at the treasure room. Now that he discovered the treasure had been stolen, you were going to kill him.
Lawyer man, just as always, so full of bull. Spewing noxious lies and pulling the wool. Filthy liar through and through, and I ain't never ever gonna forgive you.
Utter lies with no evidence. As always, his claims are just tenuous.
That doesn't rhyme.
Hey, nice prosecutor. I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
Someone stop their jam session, please.
You've made your assertions clear, defense, but your argument is rather unsubstantiated.
That's not good. What's so funny, Peas Love and Understanding? Nevertheless, the possibility's still there. You can't deny the witness could have killed the victim under cover of darkness.
Objection!
You're forgetting one very important thing.
Huh?
It seems you've forgotten that the outage happened by chance, not design.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right. I did forget about that.
It's not like the witness planned the outage so he could take advantage of the darkness. And without darkness, it would have been hard to sneak up behind Mr. Roll and kill him.
Wait, though. If he was in the storeroom, the breaker is right fucking there. The blackout could easily happen by design. What the fuck do you mean? Thank you for stopping them, Kaito. I appreciate it.
You're right. Even I wouldn't notice someone coming up behind me. Well, Defense, what do you have to say about that?
What can I say about that?
Mr. Wright, your claim is completely without merit. Unless you want to argue the witness somehow magically made the outage happen.
Well, maybe not magically, but... Wait, that's it! Also, wait, you're talking about making it magically not happen when we just had a fucking traditional dance cause us to see a vision of the dead? Motherfucker, magic exists in this universe. I contend the witness could have made the power outage happen with no magic necessary.
What? You have a theory, Defense?
All he had to do was make use of something shown on this diagram. What did the witness use to make the power outage happen? The breaker.
Take that!
The witness was in the storeroom. The circuit box on the storeroom is on the storeroom end of the hallway. There's nothing really magical about turning off the breaker, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. Nice try, but that theory doesn't hold water, lawyer man.
And why not?
You're saying I turned the breaker off and then snuck up on Mr. Roll and hit him. In pitch black darkness with no source of light whatsoever. That what you're saying? With the lights off, they're always blacker than 100 midnights. You can't see the hand in front of your face. How can anyone commit murder like that? Unless it was somebody standing right in front of the victim like the accused.
I hate when he's right. But I can't just let his point stand. Well, maybe the victim was holding something that served as a guide? A guide through the darkness?
Something. That's more than a little vague, wouldn't you agree?
You ain't gonna move this room with a half-baked hunch like that, bro. You gotta hit him hard, really make him feel it, do you hear me? Just like my verse, baby, ooh!
Well, I'm afraid I don't understand the witness's lyrics very well either. But in a trial, your arguments have to be clear and precise. Now let's see some of that clarity and precision now, Defense. Uh-oh. What do I do? Can you present to us something that could serve as a guide through the darkness? I mean, the treasure box glows in the dark. That could work, right? Yes, I can. Because there has to be something. All right, let's see what you have, Defense. What could the victim have been holding that served as a guide through the darkness?
Take that!
I believe the victim was holding the treasure box.
Hmm? Yeah. Huh? Have you gone mad?
Well, the box glows in the dark, so you could use it as a sort of beacon.
Well, I guess you're right. But why in the world would the victim be holding the treasure box?
Oh, well, because your guess is as good as mine. What is this lawyer talking about? Nonsense and lies yet again. Just give him the death penalty already. Is there no way to win them over?
Defense. Are we going to be needing those tongue shears after all?
No, your majesty.
Yeah, man, do it. Then we can jam out to this lawyer's shrieks of pain. Better get those screams of agony out now, lawyer man. Well, I still have a tongue to scream with.
I guess I better come with a reason, no pressure or anything. As to why the victim was holding the treasure box, it can be easily explained as thus. Brain, don't fail me now. What reason could the victim possibly had to have been holding that treasure box? If it was already stolen... Wait a fuck. Oh my god, what if he's the thief? Or at least an attempted thief. Security guard would give him complete access. The victim was holding the treasure box because he was a thief. But what if someone... Okay, this changes things. Either this means Understanding is just a murderer, or he got to the orb first. Because I'm thinking that he's a thief too. There's no way he's not doing this for, like, wholesome reasons. I don't buy that shit for a second. It's an idea that I just happened to stumble upon, but I think it might just be the answer. And it would turn this whole trial upside down. Hello, Defense, are you still with us? Let's hear this easy explanation you promised. Isn't it possible that it was because the victim himself was the thief? The victim? The thief?
What kind of bull are you spewing now? Your Majesty, this guy's off his rocker.
If the victim was the thief, everything we've learned so far would all make sense. It would give us a completely new way to interpret the victim's actions. After the morning dance of devotion, Mr. Roll went to the treasure room. He grabbed the box that contained the treasure and started to take off with it. But then he ran to Albie on the Great Stairs. That's why Mr. Roll pulled his gun on Albie. Then when the blackout occurred, Mr. Roll was bludgeoned to death in the darkness. This explains why the victim would be holding the glowing treasure box in the dark, and how it would have been possible for someone other than the accused to kill him. Do you have any idea what you're saying?
You unbelievable lawyer man, I think you've lost it. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard, trying to roll the temple. That devout believer, that pious Corinist.
I won't allow you to disparage the victim's departed soul with unfounded allegations. I hope you're prepared to back up your claim. Of course, Your Majesty. No, really. In that case, can we assume you have proof? Uh-oh. Proof, huh? Do I have any proof? But I can't back down now. Yes, I have proof. In my dreams. The proof that Mr. Roll was the thief may have been left behind on a certain piece of evidence. Very well. Let's see your evidence and be ready to stand behind it. Footprints, fingerprints, I'll take anything at this point. I need proof, something that would have been left involved with the theft. It might have even some trace evidence left on it. What proof do you have that the victim might have been the thief? Well, Albie said that Roll held him at gunpoint and asked, "Did you take it?" So to me, that says that he probably opened the treasure box somehow, probably through blunt force, and the orb wasn't inside of it for some reason, probably because fucking Understanding took it. So maybe the treasure box itself has his fingerprints on it?
Take that!
The defense would like to examine the treasure box. There might be trace evidence on it that would show that the victim had held it. Might? You'd better hope you turn up something more definitive than that, defense. Yes, sir, Your Majesty. Very well. Bailiff, bring the treasure box. Ah, there you are, defense. You're free to examine it. If I don't find something now, my entire argument to this point will be blown. Plus, there's that little matter of the old tongue shears. I'll have to find something. I just have to. Now to make sure I remember how to do this. I can rotate. Oh, wow, we're actually going back to this. The idea is close, but it's not. I guess we'll fucking see. I can zoom in and out with the slider on the left and get a better look. If I ever get too turned around, I can always touch reset to return things to this initial state. I better search every inch of this box carefully, and touch anything of interest to check it out in detail. Well, we haven't done this since... They didn't really do this much in Apollo Justice, even now that I think about it, so it's been more or less since, Investigations 2. Alright. That's empty. Nothing on the back. Check the lock, I guess? This is the lock. It was forced open. I don't really see anything else in Nope about it. So this is where the Founder's Orb was, huh? I doubt there's any trace of the orb left here now. Although I don't really know anything about the orb, so who knows? The lid of the box is forced open, but while the victim was holding the box, the lid must have been closed. I'll try closing the lid too. Hey! What?
You son of a... You locked it!
So? What's the big deal? You have the key. I thought you can open it with that key you're wearing.
Yeah, I can, no sweat.
Then why is there a bucket load dripping off you over there? I think I'd like to open this box back up again. Could you lend me your Magatama Key?
Sure.
Okay, let's see. Where's the keyhole?
Well, it's the Magatama Key, so wouldn't it go in the hole above the Magatama block?
Huh? It won't open.
Would you look at that? The thief must have busted the lock when they forced open the box.
Really? Because I'm not so sure about that. In any case, I better take another good look. I have to find proof that the victim was holding this box. This is the lock. It was forced open. I don't see anything else to note about it. This lid is really shut tight. I can't budge it no matter how hard I try. This bloodstain shows the outline of a hand. Could this be what I've been looking for? Your Majesty, take a look at this. There's a bloodstain here that outlines the shape of a hand.
Really?
Let me see that.
Oh my, you're right.
Now I'm getting somewhere. I believe the bloodstain is an outline of the victim's hand as he was holding the box.
What?
Even if he was being struck, he held on tight to the precious treasure box. After all, he'd gone through a lot of trouble to steal it. The blood from his head wound splattered up on his hand and onto the box.
Objection!
Your Majesty, don't let yourself be taken in. It's just more of his lawyerly deceit.
What do you mean?
Mr. Wright, where's your proof that the outline is that of the victim's hand?
What? I should have seen this coming.
Neither show proof or prepare to meet the shears. Or you could save us all some time and bite your tongue out now and submit it instead.
That? I did not see coming.
Well, Defense, how about it? Do you have proof that the outline is the victim's hand?
Where would proof of something like that even be?
Please submit your evidence at this time. What evidence shows the outline on the treasure box is that of the victim's hand?
Crime photo, maybe? Crime photo. His hand is fucking red. I've got it. This is the evidence that's going to save my beloved tongue. Mr. Payne, despite your claims about my forked tongue, it just so happens I have the proof you require.
You do?
It's right here in this crime photo.
It is? Where?
Defense, please point it out. What proves that bloodstain outline on the head is even that of the victim's hand, you ask? The victim's fucking hand.
Take that!
Mr. Payne, take a good look at the victim's hand. Enhance! See this? That's blood.
What?
If we place Mr. Roll's hand inside the bloody outline,
You think the blood on his hand would complete the splatter?
exactly. Here goes nothing. And if they do form one complete splatter, it would prove my theory correct.
Then the victim really was holding the box?
I'm willing to bet my life on it.
The defense reasserts that the victim was the thief who stole the treasure box. You can't be serious. I protest. There's no way they would even match up. I assert that it's patently impossible for... Ow!
Talk about tongue karma. Sounds like he just bit his.
What's the matter, Mr. Payne? Did your forked tongue get tangled up in there? Or were you trying to submit your own tongue to the court? Well, you...
That's a good gavel sound effect.
I can hardly believe it. Apparently not everything out of the defense's mouth is a bluff. Of course not, Your Majesty. This tongue doesn't lie. And I'd like to continue to use my tongue in the future, too, if you wouldn't mind. He never has to know it really was just a bluff. No, not Mr. Roll. I can't believe it.
He was in dire financial straits, so he would have easily sold stuff.
I'm sorry, Albie. I know it's upsetting news. He must have needed the money badly, probably to support his family. And after all, he gave up his dream of becoming a monk to help him. Oh, so that thing Mr. Roll would say to me.
Be a better guy than me, wasn't it?
Oh, that's fucked up.
Yeah, he was probably warning you not to end up a thief.
Mr. Roll.
Objection!
Now just wait one moment. If the victim was the thief and he was holding a treasure box, that means Mr. Roll was holding the murder weapon and he was killed.
Oh, that's a very good point. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Objection!
It is if that's not the murder weapon, which it probably isn't.
If the victim was holding the treasure box, it couldn't have been the murder weapon. I joked about it earlier. Stares at the different guitar. Which means the real murder weapon must have been something else.
The real murder weapon
Was something else. The blood was thought to have gotten on the box when the box was used as a weapon. But it turns out that it wasn't the case. The blood splattered onto the treasure box the victim was holding when he was struck with the real weapon. That's what really happened. Isn't that right, Mr. Understanding?
Are you insinuating I'm the one who used this real weapon?
Are you saying I'm wrong in my understanding?
Ha 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 ha! You got me riled up, lawyer man. I feel a song coming on. Looking for a weapon that just don't exist. Pathetic lawyer man. Drop into the abyss. Despicable lawyerman, you make me sick. You can disappear just like a magic trick.
That's my daughter's thing, thank you very much. They become self-aware.
We must abort the simulation. Fiat worthless lawyer man, done him by a weapon. For you, miserable wretch, hell doth beckon. Yeah.
I know I don't need to remind you, defense, that your life is on the line. I know, Your Majesty. Yet you're prepared to risk it on this mere idea of a real murder weapon?
Death to the lawyer.
This is it. The moment of truth. I can't back down, not now. Yes, Your Majesty, I am. I'm confident the real murder weapon does indeed exist. That's a bold claim, Mr. Wright. Now let's see you back it up. Show us which piece of evidence points to the real murder weapon. Gladly. If I knew which one it was. What would somebody like understand and use to bludgeon someone? Guitar. Now then, defense, please submit your evidence to the court.
Yeah, let's see it, lawyerman. Let's see this thing that shows the real murder weapon you say I used.
Take that!
What we're about to present is really nothing more than a possibility.
But this thin thread's all I've got. Allow me to direct the court's attention to this photo of the morning dance of devotion.
That photo. How's that gonna help you, Mr. Wright?
There's something about it that doesn't sit right with me.
Oh, yeah? What's this something?
This thing here is odd, to say the least.
Take that!
Mr. Understanding, why is the instrument you're holding different from the one you're playing in the photo?
Would you look at that? They're completely different shapes.
I believe you said your Demolin was your one and only?
Well, Mr. Understanding, what do you have to say to that? I got nothing to say.
Then allow me to answer for you. They're different because the one in the photo is no longer in playable condition. El Kabong! Not after you used it to bludgeon Mr. Roll to death. That was the dumbest fucking bit, by the way, from the old, like, Hanna-Barbera cartoons. I only watched them because of Boomerang and my mom watched them when she was a kid, so she's like, hey, Kyle, look at these. And I'm like, Mom, these Hanna-Barbera cartoons, outside of, like, some old Scooby-Doo, are trash. And old Johnny Quest, actually, barring some stereotype stuff in it. Looney Tunes and Warner Brothers stuff from that era is definitely the more entertaining era side of things.
My old partner wasn't doing so hot, so I brought her sister along, that's all.
Not a big deal, lawyerman. In that case, please submit your old Demolin to this court as evidence.
Too bad, you're too late. I got rid of her yesterday.
You what?
Burned her up with the rest of the trash. Hash dashes, baby. Haha.
No! You already destroyed the evidence.
And I see more trash right here in this court that needs to burn in the fires of hell.
So, burning it doesn't seem the least bit suspicious to everyone else?
Lawyer trash.
Ugh. Now there's no proof to show.
Oh, come on. That was pathetic. Your agony can sound better than that. Where's that great scream of yours?
This can't be how it ends.
I think I've heard enough.
It seems the defense is unable to produce the evidence it needs to prove its assertion. But your magistrate, that's only because the witness destroyed it.
Evidence is everything in court. Don't tell me you've forgotten this most fundamental principle of our profession.
Without sufficient proof, you claim that Mr. Understanding is the murderer knows no more than conjecture. Ah.
There's the pained expression I've been looking for. By the way, there seems to be one more thing you're forgetting.
What is it now?
You accuse Mr. Understanding of being the thief, but the real thief turned out to be the victim.
Uh-oh.
And with that, Mr. Understanding's purported motive for murder goes out the window.
Ah!
Great point, prosecutor. You tell him. If I had been there, I would have just collared Roll and gotten the treasure back. There wasn't any reason for me to kill him now. Was there?
There's no good counter-argument to that. It sounds to me like Mr. Understanding has been completely wrongfully accused. Unfortunate as it may be, I think it's time to hand down the verdict in this case. Not good, not good! Defense, I trust you to understand what you yourself will receive for taking on this case. What do I do? The murder weapon's been destroyed, and now I've got no motive. Or I'll be convicted, and I'll lose my life too.
Mr. Wright, you've wasted this court's time and disparaged everything we hold sacred. We should charge you with lèse-majesty in addition to the crime of abetting the accused.
I'm already getting the death penalty, man. It's not gonna make it worse.
Yeah, you should pay for discrediting my good name. Bye-bye, lawyer man. Time for you to do some repenting in the Twilight Realm.
This guy is guilty as sin. I just know it. Oh, great, and now Phoenix is fucking adapting my stuff. I say that shit all the time. He must have had some reason to kill Mr. Roll, but what?
Come on, people, let me hear you scream and shout. Time to take this lawyer trash out.
Exterminate. Annihilate. The thing to do at a time like this is to turn my thinking around. I shouldn't be trying to figure out what Understanding's motive was. I should be thinking about what kind of situation would give him a motive. Did you steal it? He said. Not so much guilty as sin, but as sin. I say that a surprising amount. The people in the homies chat, so like Virus, who I think has since gone to bed, Mortis, and a lot of them can back me up on that. Say something. What the fuck is the other thing I say? God something. I'm forgetting the only things I say. It's weird because you wouldn't think I would say that kind of thing, but it's because A, my dad's Christian, so I heard that kind of stuff from like my relatives growing up. But the little time I've spent in the South, like when I was born down there and shit. Gino. No. We know that Mr. Roll was the thief and that he'd gotten his hands on the box, so then why... Why in the world did he ask Albie that question? What about the treasure box would have prompted him to... Ah! Defense, what's gotten into you? Now I get it. Now it makes sense.
Like, Polkunka, man, what you trying to say? Muttering, squealing to yourself sounds like you knocked something loose upstairs.
Your Majesty, please hold off on your ruling for just a little while longer. Don't tell me you're going to start begging for your life now. No, Your Majesty, that's not it. It's just that I realized something important. We've been operating under a serious misconception this whole time. A misconception, you say? That's right. A mistaken notion about the treasure box. But could this really be true? If so, there's still a lot to figure out. Very well, let's hear what you have to say. Thank you, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, this is nothing more of his nonsense. He's just stalling for time.
This is your last chance, Defense. The second I find it really is nothing but nonsense. No amount of begging will stay my hand. Understand? I just heard something. What the fuck was that? I heard like a metallic tink. I hope my room's not falling apart on me. That would suck.
We all know this is just going to be one of your stupid bluffs.
Now then, Defense, what is this misconception you mentioned? The thing we didn't realize about the treasure box was that it was already empty, like I said earlier. He probably stole it and hid it away and then was like, oh, hey, look, oh. What if the treasure box was already empty from the start?
What?
What? Please recall that when Mr. Roll ran into Albie on the Great Stairs, he asked the boy a question. Did you steal it? He said. Also recall that Mr. Roll was holding the treasure box at the time. So why then did he ask Albie the question that he did? That is a bit peculiar, isn't it? Not at all, Your Majesty. Now once you realize that, by the time Mr. Roll got to the treasure room, the treasure box was already empty. I beg your pardon. Mr. Roll suspected that Albie had gotten to it first, which is why he confronted Albie when he ran into the boy on the stairs.
But how would the victim have known the treasure box was empty? He didn't have any way of opening it.
Once a year, the victim had the duty of carrying the treasure box to the palace. He would have been able to tell by the way when he lifted it that the box was empty.
Ah, I see. Yes, I suppose he would have been able to tell, wouldn't he?
Mr. Roll likely decided to at least steal the empty box. It was an important historical artifact in and of itself, after all.
Gah. But what's your point, Mr. Wright? What does any of this have to do with Mr. Anderson? Understanding?
My point is this. It gave Mr. Understanding a motive to murder the victim.
Yeah. A motive?
Mr. Understanding, keeping the treasure safe is one of your duties, isn't it? So if anyone had found out that the treasure was missing, you would have been accused of incompetence. From the moment Mr. Roll discovered the treasure was gone, his fate was sealed. Because you decided then that he had to be silenced forever.
But that's absurd.
Can you believe the stuff that comes out of this guy's mouth? This is all just a colossal joke.
So then what really happened to the treasure? It had been stolen long before this incident occurred. By Mr. Please Love and Understanding himself.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to accuse Mr. Understanding? Your Majesty, please don't listen to these trumped-up charges that Defendant is grasping.
Objection!
The treasure box can only be opened with a key Mr. Understanding holds. Who else could have stolen the treasure?
Objection!
Let the hydration flow. Thank you, Lob.
As I said, the accused stole the treasure by forcing the box open. Your Majesty, I call for a swift ruling.
I'm not ready to give my verdict yet.
What?
The defense has successfully presented a new possibility in this case.
Yes, finally a tiny shred of hope.
Mr. Understanding, would you care to make any statements in response to the defense's claims?
Growl! This is all bull. My noggin's a rage cage and it's ready to explode, baby.
Instructor Understanding, please calm yourself.
I'm not gonna take it. No, I ain't gonna take it. I dutifully watched over that treasure with pride.
And now I'm getting accused of stealing it.
This lawyer is a lying scumbag. Eep. You better believe I got something to say. Open up your ear holes, sheeple, and let's rock. Death to the lying lawyer.
You know, I'm thinking about it now. Your roommates moving out tomorrow, so anytime you're on stream, you don't have to work. Oh, okay, cool, nice. That means Halo can be a little louder too.
Steal the founder's orb? Me? I did it. This lying lawyer's insults, no limit. All this time I guarded the orb faithfully. Sacred duty to the Holy Mother, easy to see. Hands unclean, the accused did the deed. Forced the box open, no key did he need. Lying lawyer, condemn him to hell. Kick him, throw him into a prison cell.
Six-month con? Absolutely. Alright, we've heard it now from both sides. Either the treasure box was forced open by the accused, as the witness claims, or Mr. Understanding opened it, as the defense claims. Defense, this is your last chance to cross-examine the witness. Yes, Your Majesty. If you are unable to prove your assertions by the end of this cross-examination,
Then the DC Act will come into play and both you and the accused will lose your lives.
I understand. Life or death, it all comes down to this. So does that same thing happen for the prosecutors? Like, do the prosecutors face any kind of punishment for losing?
Mr. Wright.
Don't worry, Albie. I'm here to defend you. I promise it'll be all right.
Thank you. I believe in you, Mr. Wright. I know you can win this for us. And after we win, we can go see Miss Maya. Together!
It's a deal. I can't let all be down. I have to win this trial. Double nope? Good dog indeed, though. Somehow I have to prove that only Understanding could have stolen the treasure.
Do your worst, lawyer trash. This is your Requiem, the last song you'll ever hear on this mortal coil.
Alright. That's just an immediate response. Not really anything I could probably glean from pressing that. Because I don't really think I have anything to present immediately. Guard your faithfully, that's... I don't believe him on that. But it would be his duty, technically, his job. So if, like Phoenix said, if it got found stolen and he didn't steal it himself, it would probably get him arrested for other things. The thing is, when we tried to mess with the box earlier, you would need something really heavy to break that box open by the looks. So how did he do it? Got any information on that, potentially? The defendant didn't force the box open. That's a lie. In fact, you're the one who opened it, isn't that right?
Come on, you just saw for yourself, didn't you? The lock was busted open on the account of being forced open.
Why would they have consequences? That's a fair point. Oh, yeah.
Well, there's your proof right there.
Ah, score one for the metalhead.
Look, if the accused really didn't try to force his way into the box, then how do you explain why the lock was busted and wouldn't open up for you earlier?
How do I explain the box? Why the box wouldn't unlock earlier? Perhaps there's... There might be a different way to open it? There's a different way to open the box!
Huh? What are you talking about?
There's a secret trick to opening it, to protect its contents from being stolen. And you're the only one who knows how it works, isn't that right?
Are you for real? You've been watching too many movies, lawyer man.
Yeah, so you're one of those tourists. Honestly, Mr. Wright, did you come expecting magic and mystery around every corner?
I'll have you know, Defense. The Kingdom of Karain is not some sort of fantasy funland. Ah, it's true I don't have any real grounds to make that assertion. Did I fuck up? And yet...
Oh yeah, I feel another song coming on. We're a little number about crazy lawyer with wild fantasy, fantastic ideas. The real method to open the lock, you say? Delusional man, there ain't no other way.
Ah, new verse. Please do add it to your testimony, Mr. Understanding. Then why didn't your key work? Delusional, am I? Well, let's see about that.
Wild ideas, that's called delusion. Mixed up lawyer drowning in confusion.
Indeed, the defense's sinful wrongdoing has made him lose touch with reality.
Let's hear it. What'll it be for this sinner's flight of fancy?
Nothing, because I'm not the delusional one. I just know there's gotta be some secret trick to opening the treasure box.
No, really?
And where exactly is the secret hidden?
The secret is obviously hidden in... Can I take a look at the 3D model again? Doesn't look like it. Would it be in the box with the key. The box could have hidden panels on it. But it could be one of those things where maybe you don't use the key in the obvious keyhole, you push it into something else, which would be in the box itself. I have HP left, so if I get this wrong, I'm not going to be too fucked. There's obviously some secret hidden in the key. I'd like to examine, if you please.
You don't know when to quit, do you? Here, go ahead. Examine it all you like.
Nothing. I don't see a thing.
Well, Defense, what have you discovered?
I'm afraid I haven't discovered anything, Your Majesty. Here, I'll return it now.
I told you, didn't I tell you?
Yeah, you told me.
Key gun. There's just no reasoning with this man. Lob. Not everything is a gun. I'm trying to usually do these games on my own, Fruit Boom, but I appreciate the ask instead of just going right into it, because yeah, I could just go for the other thing. The accused forced the lock on when there's no other explanation.
That's right, he desecrated the box by opening without using this Magatama Key.
Wait, what did he just say?
I'll sing it as many times as I have to get it through your thick skull.
You just literally said that there's a way to open it without the key then.
Only the Magatama Key unlocks the treasure. Force it and reap the Founder's displeasure.
Is he implying that this is like fucking Light Yagami's fake bottom drawer? If you force the thing open, it fucks up? Everything is a gun? Fair enough.
Yeah!
For the forgetful defense's sake, could you please add that to your testimony?
If I have to, carve it in your brain, lawyerman.
Only the Magatama Key unlocks the treasure. Force it and reap the Founder's displeasure. What do you even mean by that?
Hold it!
There must be some secret trick to this key.
Oh yeah? Then what exactly is this secret trick?
Huh? What's that smug look for? Maybe something like it can change shapes?
Wow, man, that's some wild imagination you got there. I'll give credit where credit's due. You can daydream like a champ.
Just like any Magatama, the key is made of a translucent material. One look and it's pretty obvious it can't change shapes.
Yeah, I wasn't really sold on that one myself. But I felt like there was something odd about Anderson's testimony just now. I think I better take another look through the evidence. So I'm on the right track. That's good, that's good. Alright, let's take a look at the evidence then. The key is what we seem to be focusing on here. It's the sole key, keeps it on his person at all times. Can't really see what anything else would lead to that, so... Fuck it, I got the HP.
Objection!
That's right for something! Just a minute, Mr. Understanding. You just called your key the Magatama Key, didn't you? Didn't you originally say it's called the Magatama Key? Oh, the name. Yeah, I didn't pick up on that. The Magatama Key? What's that? I don't know, Your Majesty, but apparently it's a rather crucial question.
What's the big deal? So I said the wrong thing, so what? Simple as slow with the tongue.
An A for effort, Mr. Wright, but your grandstanding betrays your desperation. I'm afraid a small slip of the tongue like that adds absolutely nothing to your argument.
What say you, defense? Is it an important detail? Judging by Understanding's reaction. Oh, understanding. Okay, so they're going for like the understand. That kind of pronunciation, like the fucking Jet Set Radio theme. I'd say it's everything my argument needs. Yes, Your Majesty. It's very important. This key is apparently not the Magatama Key, but rather the Magatama Key. And I believe this discrepancy holds great significance for the defense. Nah, man, just a meaningless mistake. Insignificant. You're right, the betrayers are trained to know our lawman.
Your Majesty, please don't pay the defense any heed. It's all nonsense. To tell the truth, I'm not really clear on what the defense is driving at myself.
However, I'm eager to find out.
Wait.
Defense, you will explain yourself like your life literally depends on it. Because it does. Now then. What is the name of the key? Is the name of the key an important detail? Yes, it's an important detail, absolutely, I think. Because the Mitama Key is connected to the Founder's Orb. Is it? Songs about the Founder's Orb. Oh, it is a secret panel bullshit. Oh my fucking god, I see it. It's a secret panel on the back. I see, very well, in that case. Please show the court on the grounds on which you're basing this claim. The grounds, Your Majesty? You can, of course, show grounds, can you not, defense? You know what? I should probably get a blow-up of the small screen. Let me do this real quick. Citra bottom screen. Duplicates. Alright, so now that's there. I'm just gonna blow this up and hide the source once we're done here. Gino, look at the shape next to the butterfly on the far right image. It's the key. I'm just gonna keep that there in case I need it for later. And also I'm gonna put it below literally everything else. Of course, what else can I say? Oh, that's the wrong button. I have to come up with something, anything, even if it's just a bluff. The Mitama Key, Mitama, There has to be something somewhere that ties Mitama and the orb together. Don't keep me waiting, defense. What evidence shows a connection between the Mitama Key and the Founder's Orb? The Song of Ceremony. What's that? The Song of Ceremony? All this time, the answer was right there in front of me. It's right there in the Song of Ceremony performed during the Dance of Devotion. Your Majesty, the Song of Ceremony tells of the treasure of the founder of the treasure of the founder of Karianism. But hidden within its lyrics is the secret behind how to really open the treasure box. Oh, holy mother! But how can that be, defense? The Song of Ceremony contains the following lyrics. When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. The flavor of the orb. Welcome to Flavor Town, baby. I believe the Mitama here refers to the Mitama Key. Well, yes, it is the same word, but that doesn't mean... We've been calling this key the Magatama Key. And that's why I inserted the key into the lock with the Magatama design on it. But that obviously was not the right way to use it. And I suppose you know the right way? I do, Your Majesty. To use the key properly, you first have to... flip it vertically. But if you turn the Magatama shape upside down like this... it becomes the Karaini symbol of the soul. In other words, a Mitama. Oh my, you're absolutely right. But now what? What do you do with it? It's too big to fit in the lock that way. Oh, yeah, I knew he was just bluffing. Tastes like chocolate balls. Yeah, but like the Wonder Balls that like they have like Super Mario and Toy Story shit on. They used to be all over the place in the late 90s, early 2000s, and they only just made another recurrence with like the weird little, almost like Wonka Smarties-esque things inside of them, but only if you take a bite of it all at once.
Bluffs and lies are the only tools of his trade, after all.
There must be some other place this key fits, but where? Let's see. What were the words of the song of the ceremony again? When the butterfly embraces the Mitama, the favor of the orb is bestowed. Where should the Magatama Key actually be used? Right here. Zoom in real close. It's even fucking recessed. Whoa! God, it's weird seeing a fucking 3D animation in this. My goodness! The treasure box really opened!
No way, man!
What? No!
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the real secret behind the song of the ceremony. It's the true key to opening the treasure box. It's all over, Mr. Payne.
How so?
Let's say someone was fooled into trying to force the front-facing lock open. Sadly for them, it won't budge. That's because the lock is, after all, just a decoy.
Then what you're saying is, neither the victim nor the defendant would have been able to open the box.
They therefore had no way of stealing the treasure. The only one who could have stolen it is the one man who knew about the Magatama Key. Please love and understanding.
Yeah.
But I'm not done yet. Please recall the scene of the crime. On the floor by Mr. Roll's body was the very unlocked and very open treasure box. Only someone who knew how to open the box could have left it in that state. And so, there can only be one true culprit. Admit it, Mr. Understanding. You were the one who killed Mr. Roll. Something's gonna explode here. Bro! Go! Please tell me it's gonna land on his head. Yes! This case is the prelude to Pick a Destiny! Oh, I haven't thought about that movie in like 3 years. Use the D!
Curse him, it's all his fault. Why do you have to try and steal the treasure?
Why'd I have to spot him with that box? On my way to the storeroom after the morning dance. It's his fault I had to cause that blackout and clock him good. I couldn't let my secret get out. Nobody could know the treasure box was empty. I lost that position as head monk. Who knows what else they'd do to me? I couldn't let... I had to stop him. So he didn't steal the orb? Then who did? That's gonna come back later. Well, what a shocking development. I can scarcely believe it. Nothing like this has ever happened since the DC Act was enacted 23 years ago.
Yeah. No, my perfect, unblemished record. Destroyed. Again. The incredible pain. Ruined. No!
Bald! Bald! Bald!
It's not bald, it's thinning.
Did the lawyer really win? I can't believe it.
No way! This can't be happening. Hey, Yug! What the fuck's going on? I don't understand shit.
Peace. I said peace. Honestly speaking, I'm just as shocked as everyone else. But the truth has been made known, so it's time for me to give my verdict. In the name of the Holy Mother, this court finds the accused. I'll be your guide.
not guilty.
This judge doesn't do the singing thing. Oh, this is the replacement for confetti. Okay. I was really confused on what the fuck is happening. Like, this is some Evangelion bullshit. Was role passing on? Probably. I could see that being a thing for the series. Ah, that's still quite a commotion. People in the gallery show no sign of clearing out. I can't believe it. Not guilty. I'm still in shock. Can you believe that, Gay? I can feel everyone's eyes on me.
This can't be happening. It's impossible. Oh, Holy Mother, preserve us.
I've never been in a defendant lobby quite this uncomfortable.
Mr. Wright!
Oh, I'll be.
Thank you. Thank you so much for what you did for me.
I'm just glad it turned out okay. It was a touch and go there for a while. Phoenix, it's always touch and go.
I'm really sorry, Mr. Wright. I had a really hard time trusting you at first.
That's okay, Albie. I know how unpopular. I now know how unpopular lawyers are in this country. But how did it ever get this way in the first place?
Allow me to explain. At least, I wish I could explain. But I don't really know why. I never even questioned it before today. By the time I was born, all the lawyers were already gone. As far back as I can remember, verdicts have been passed based on her benevolence's insights.
Right. Rafa, the royal priestess. "23 years ago is when the DC Act was passed, so either someone else was doing insights before Rafa, or that thing only came about 14 years ago because she's 14? For her part, I'm sure she really believes in what she says, but even with her benevolence's divination seances, lawyers are still necessary. Without proper defense, people could easily wind up receiving wrongful convictions."
Mr. Wright! Shh!
Huh?
Don't say that so loud. People might think you're a rebel. You could be arrested.
A rebel?
That's right. One of those people going against our queen in the court system. They call themselves the Defiant Dragons.
So either that's a future defendant right there, or that's our prosecutor. Yeah, Gino, I think you're hitting the nail on the head there.
And they're led by a scary guy named Dirk.
Oh, okay, that's the Dirk they were mentioning then. Okay. Yeah, that does look a little bit like the mayor, don't it?
They'll do anything to overthrow her eminence, even commit crimes.
Dirk, I remember people in the gallery mentioning that name.
The things you're saying sound a lot like the stuff they say. But you're not scary like that Dirk guy.
Pardon the intrusion. Whoa!
Yo, yeah, you. I want to talk to you, see? Flight, is it?
Right, sir. Phoenix Wright. And you are?
I'm the Kuranese Minister of Justice. Name's Inga Karko Karain. I oversee the whole legal shebang. I was watching that three-ring circus in there.
You were? Wow, the Minister of Justice. This motherfucker's kick-ass looking. So he's in charge of the entire court system? Defense Culpability Act and all.
Minister Inga, how are you, sir? Run along, mini monk. Grown-ups are talking here. Yes, sir. Very sorry, sir.
May I help you with something?
I just wanted a good look at you.
Guys like you aren't exactly a dime a dozen around here.
Ah. Well then.
He's eyeing me like I'm some kind of exotic creature in a cage.
Oh yeah, might as well share this little morsel with you. Turns out Roll was a seasoned thief, a repeat offender, see? And my men looked into it and they found all the booty he'd pilfered right there in his digs. but he seems like such a nice man. Why, Mr. Roll? Why?
Guess he was doing it for the family. What a mook.
Mook, how can you say that?
Guess that kind of sob story gets you common folk all misty-eyed, huh? Anyway, another thing. I had my men check out that understanding fella, too. He wasn't the one with the sticky fingers. It's the insurgents.
What?
They put the squeeze on our head monk, apparently. So he gave up the Founder's Orb and tried to keep it hush-hush.
Wow, I see. Thanks you for letting me know.
Yeah, say White. That was a cute little number you pulled in my courtroom today, wasn't it? First not guilty rule in 23 years. Making waves, see? Stirring the pot. Catch my drift.
Oh, well, yikes, I'm in for it now!
Well, thanks to that song and dance, we know our precious national treasure got nicked. So I'm gonna call it a wash and let it slide this time.
All I did was defend the accused.
You do best to read between the lines here, chump. You're standing on thin ice, you get my drift. Even a dirty, no-good Nick punk knows to cash in his chips before the house steps in. Do us both a favor. Keep an eye on the path you're walking down. You never know whose toes you might be stepping on. This ain't your turf, buddy. Never forget whose soil it is you're standing on.
Okay, he's badass, but he's an asshole. For now. He strikes me as someone that'll become my favorite character in the game later on. Yikes, he was kind of scary, wasn't he? Yeah, well, no use worrying about it. We have more important things to think about. Such as when we can continue the sightseeing tour? Tour? Oh, anytime, sir. We still have plenty of time until Miss Maya's training ends. And there's still lots more temples to see, and all kinds of local foods to eat. I could show you the natural beauty of the area and the waterfalls used for training. And I haven't shown you the breathtaking mountain view from the Plaza of Devotion yet, and there's that place in the area from realistic flip. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. Slow down, Albie. There's plenty of time. When we're done with all that, we can go see Miss Maya together. Yeah, you bet. Oh, Maya. I don't know what she's doing. I hope she's okay. All right. Game hit me. Oh, wait, no, they're doing it.
So, how about that not guilty, Dirk?
I heard.
Bruh.
Sounds like the winds of change are beginning to stir.
Is that fucking Sojiro's voice from Persona 5? I need to look that up. Was that fucking Sojiro's voice actor? Holy shit, that was Jameson Pierce. God damn. That's fucking incredible. I deliberately only when I look up voice actor trivia like that go on behind the voice actors, and then I just Control F, and the most I'll see is the character's face, which they're gonna eventually reveal anyway. I'm trying not to actually. I don't go on fucking wikis. Although I was partially convinced James did that because of the lighter gun fiasco, but no, he's just so fucking gigabrain in the ways that I didn't expect him to be for that. Love you, James. What the fuck is happening? Why are we in Wonderland?
Behold my might!
With a mask-to-mask wannabe. Who is a Dragon Quest boss fight? That bitch dead. What?
Shame on you, Mr. Rias.
What? Trucy? What the fuck is happening? Did Trucy get a TV show? We're playing as Apollo now, I take it. 4 days later, so no Maya yet. And that's how the evil magician, Mr. Reyes, ate shit. See you for Act 2, everybody. Athena! Brava, Trucy. Wow, Apollo, wasn't that a great trick? Ah, you bet. I've never seen such a great magic act. Did you know they even featured Trucy's show on TV this morning? Penrose Theater, a well-known gateway to success for entertainers. It's here at this famous theater that we'll finally get to see Trucy Wright's Trucy in Grammary Land. Oh. The long-awaited revival of the magic of Troop Grammary. Wow, that explains why there's a TV crew here to cover the show. This is the perfect opportunity to promote the Right Everything Agency, too. After all, people look up things they see on TV, right? But wouldn't they be looking up the talent part and not the law part of our agency? Mamma mia, you're right. We'd get nothing but requests for Trucy fans, wouldn't we? Oh well, guess we'll just have to make it the old-fashioned way. My name is Apollo Justice. I'm a rookie lawyer with only about 2 years of experience under my belt in about a lifetime of trauma. We're here to see Trucy's magic show. She's a fellow member of our agency. Noticing he's also not mentioning that she's his sister, so he's still not aware of that fact. We came on behalf of our boss, Mr. Wright, who's away on a trip. Oh, and did you hear, Apollo? Even though it's only her debut, her shows are completely sold out. What? Really? That's amazing. Voila, a star is born. Who knows how far she'll go? At this rate, nothing in the world can stop us. Ha ha ha! You do realize this has nothing to do with you, right? This is Athena Sykes. She is another member of our agency. She may not look it, but at just 19 years old, she's a lawyer as well. What do you mean she may not look it? Of course I look the part. Care to explain how exactly? Ah, come on, have a heart. Stop treating me like a child.
Man, we haven't seen Widget speak in a fucking hot minute. Because he barely did that during the last two cases, if at all. In Dual Destinies. Did he even do it in the third one? Maybe once? That gadget around Athena's neck that spoke just now? That's Widget. Widget helps Athena out with her special field of expertise, analytical psychology. He also has a habit of blurting out whatever Athena's really thinking. Yeah, this little guy can be a little unruly at times. Hey, upgrade me already. Me want to be Wonko. Your attention, please. The show will restart after a 20-minute intermission. We ask that you please be back in your seats before the next act. Thank you. Hey, why don't we go say hi to Trucy in her dressing room during the break? Oh, yes, let's go see the big star. I'm so nervous. What should I say to her? Whatever you used to say to her at the office every day? Oh my god, Gino, you're right. Jameson Pierce is Mr. Satan. That is Hercule. Trucy is absolutely going to be convicted of murder. Or at least accused. So this is Trucy's dressing room. Looks like she's busy over there with someone. Did they update her model? It looks different than it did in the last game. Could you sign this, please, ma'am? Sure thing. Just the one sheet in this clipboard, right? Professional performance contract, okay. A fan asking for Trucy's autograph, maybe? I don't think so. Looks like some kind of contract. Thank you very much. I'll get this to the producer right away. there's a bit of back and forth. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Back and forth seems to be what these games like to do after the second one. Even if it's just minor timeline stuff.
It's great. Oh! Polly, Athena, you came! Of course. Congratulations on your big debut. Thanks.
Who was that just now, by the way?
Somebody from Take-Two TV. They want to turn my magic show into a TV special. They're planning on to broadcast it nationwide. Can you imagine?
Something about her character model looks really different. Look at the bunnies. Where are the bunnies? I see the Alice costume.
They're planning... Wow, you really are a big star. Oh, I see them. Hey, can I get your autograph later, Trucy? Sure. My signature's in high demand today. Would you like one too, Polly?
Yeah, actually I would.
Oops, looks like I'm out of flyers, so I'll have to sign your forehead instead.
Hey, knock it off! Look, just forget about the autograph. This is Phoenix Wright. She's a magician and Mr. Wright's adopted daughter. She's becoming quite a renowned in the magic world these days for her impressive skills.
A lot of people get this wrong, but Apollo's actual job is being my magic assistant.
No, you're the one who gets it wrong.
Ooh, think you could do that trick you always do at the office for me, Trucy?
Okay, don't be Mr. Hat.
Behold, the wondrous magic that can make anything disappear.
Oh, god damn it. Let it die!
My magic panties are an extra-dimensional galaxy. Brava, Trucy, brava.
Okay, but why do you always have to make my attorney's badge disappear?
Well, that's because out of everyone at the Right Anything Agency, you're the one I get the best reaction out of.
Comedically, she's right.
That doesn't make my poor badge feel any better.
Thanks again for inviting us, Trucy.
Thank you for coming.
Your show sure packs a wallop. I nearly fell on my seat when that dragon showed up. When it attacked you, whew, I was terrified, even though I knew it was all just a part of the show.
That's good, because that trick is the crowning glory of Act 1.
Alright. Gino sent me a picture of Trucy in Dual Destinies. This is a different character model. Something about it's different. I can't quite put my finger on it, though.
I'm really glad you're enjoying the show. I heard your shows are completely sold out, Trucy. And say your fans were all over the tickets for the instant they became available. Like hungry wolves going after their prey.
Sounds like you made a loyal pack of followers for yourself already, Trucy.
But you two are the only ones who got a special VIP invitation from me. Today is just a dress rehearsal for the performers, staff, family, and friends. General Proba, that's what they call it in Germany. The real show isn't until the day after tomorrow. By the way, are you going to finally do your magic panties trick on stage after the break? Sorry to disappoint anyone who came to see my magic panties. But my next trick is completely new. I'm debuting it today. Which is why I'm gonna be accused of murder. Ooh, a new trick, huh? Huh? You gonna chop Apollo up into a little lawyer bits?
Funny, I don't recall ever agreeing to anything like that.
Well, that does sound like a good idea. Today's trick is a totally new Troop Grammary original. The entire future of the Troop is riding on the success of this special new trick. How so? This show is really important to me. It isn't like any other shows I've done. As the Rifle Heir to Troop Grammary repertoire...
Posted a comparison to Trucy models in Discord. Yeah, she's like not like brighter, but like slimmed down her proportions a good bit. Her hair is brighter too. It's like they took the lightness meter on Photoshop, dragged it up a little bit, messed with the contrast a little bit so it didn't look too off, and then horizontally pinched her. Which I guess by this point Like, how old would she be in the profiles? 17? Yeah. As the rightful heir to the troop grammar repertoire of magic, this show is my first chance to unveil the tricks I've inherited. Troop grammar, yeah. Yeah, I have a poster of them hanging right over there. Wait a fuck. That's the dude who's doing the thing with her. There was another member of Troop Grammary? Like, obviously that's Zach. That's... I forget Lamawa's real name. That's, I forget her uncle's name. And that's the dead guy. Feels like ages since I've seen a picture of him. Troop Grammary was a group of magicians who dominated the magic world in their day. Trucy is the sole heir to their troop's entire repertoire of stage magic. Huh? Who's this guy in green and purple on the left here? Oh, that's the great Mysterious. Mysterious, okay. The other magician in today's show. He used to belong to Troop Grammary too, a long time ago. Which means he's either going to be the murderer or the murdered. Hey, so tell us more about the special magic you're going to reveal today. It's a secret Troop Grammary trick. Left behind by my late granddaddy, Magnifi Grammary. It's never been performed before, so this is going to be the first time it'll be seen by the public. Why is the pink guy the justice in India? I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. No wonder she's been working so hard. Well, I'd better get going. Nah, where to? Practice my act, of course. The show's only just a few days away. You're really pushing yourself. Didn't you practice until late night last night, too? Yep, because everything's got to be just right. Josie inherited all of Troop Grammary's magic tricks from her father when he died. And the troop's entire legacy is now resting on her shoulders. No wonder she's feeling the pressure. Looks like everything's going well today, though. I mean, that last trick was perfect. Grace under pressure, that's me. After all, a true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. That's the Troop Grammary creed. It's hard to believe you accomplished so much even though you're still in high school. But to tell you the truth, I'm actually pretty nervous. Who wouldn't be? I bet this'll do the trick. You'll be fine, Trucy. If anyone can do it, you can. But Polly, that was just the boost I needed. Thanks. Apollo's fine sure has a way of really hitting you right in the heart. And in the ears. Enough ragging on my voice already. Trucy? Oh, hi, Bonnie. Oh my god, she's adorable.
It's almost time for the second act. Oh, okay, thanks. Well, Apollo, Athena, enjoy the rest of the show. Break a leg, Trucy. Thanks, I will. My own. I hope her new trick goes well.
Hey, this is Trucy we're talking about. She'll be fine.
No, I wouldn't be so sure. Huh? Performing magic is like walking a tightrope. There's always an element of danger. One little mistake can even cost you your life, you know? I wonder if she'll make it across today. And what do you mean by that exactly? Oh, nothing. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I just fucking noticed that in the background over there. Gavin's a fan. I missed a Mega Man trivia? Where? If it's the thing with the music earlier, I already saw that. Because I fucking heard it. I was like, is that X4 music? I just got the wrong song. Judging by what she said, I'm going to guess she's probably a magician too. Come on, Apollo, we gotta get back to our seats now or we'll be late. Oh, hey, stop pulling. I thought about that actually, Gino, but I was like, that might be a stretch. Because his name, yeah, Thomas Light / Thomas Wright. I don't call it every reference I see, you know. I might be a Mega Man, do I use the word fanatic, obsessed, fanboy? X-Dive's cool, by the way. But I don't call it everything I see because I don't want to be that obnoxious. Goddamn. If anything, I was more surprised by the music thing. Okay, let's see. Guess it's time to move back to the stage. Tutorial. Hyper nerd. Shut up, you guys. Gun. Oh, if I ever get a stream deck, I should totally do like an After Effects thing where I press a button and my gun emote, super large, just comes in from the side of the screen with a chick. Hurry up, Apollo, it's about to start. I want to see what Trucy's next trek is. You're really wound up today, aren't you? Why don't you just take your seat and try to relax? Whoa, look, there's a TV reporter over there. The TV camera and everything. Oh yeah, baby. Athena, sit down. You're blocking people's view. Yeesh, I feel like I'm babysitting her. Hello, everyone. Wait, no. I'm Chet You Betcha. Hello, everyone. I'm reporting from the beautiful Penrose Theater. This is an awful Chet You Betcha impression, but it's the voice I'm going to do. Where the public performance of Trucy and Grammaryland begins in just 2 short days. But today, they've very kindly agreed to give us a sneak preview. Isn't this exciting? Apollo, do you think I was on TV just now? How should I know? But if you were disgracing our entire agency, that's for sure. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Oh, here it comes. Anime cutscene.
Now, give up your dastardly ways! Huh? Over here.
Mr. Hat, no!
Come now, Mr. Hat. Offer the girl's life up to Mr. Rias and bring him back to life.
That sound effect was an Arts and Elko.
What?
Just when and how did she make the switch?
You won't be reviving anyone today.
Yeah, that's a song from Apollo Justice. Oh, there's gonna be a dead body in there. Oh no. Oh no. She just stabbed someone. She completely just stabbed someone. Oh fuck. Wow, that was amazing. I have no idea how she escaped that coffin. I'm glad Trucy's escape trip went off without a hitch. And when I open the coffin, like this, inside you see... Mr. Rias? But how? I wonder what's going on. He's not getting up. Alright, so I was right. He is the murdered. Ah! Trucy! Don't you hurt my fucking girl. What just happened? Whoa, man, an accident? Is, like, that guy dead? Wait, that's not part of the act. And now Troop Grammary is probably entirely dead. Hey, you kids want to see a dead body? Attention please, for your own safety, we ask that everyone now please evacuate the building. Give us a 4-star rating on Yelp because clearly that's not 5 stars. What's going on? Is Trucy okay? Outside, everyone. Evacuate immediately, please. Well, hey, stop grabbing at me. Trucy! Well, I'd say that makes for a good cliffhanger. That's where we're going to end off tonight. Good to see this game worked off without a hitch, no real problems. Also, remind me between today and Saturday, by the way, to reset the follower goal. It says 127. We're only at 120. People have been unfollowing, which I need to make sure it's up to date because I don't want it to look wrong. Hey, people unfollow, that's their prerogative, and I don't give a shit. That's gonna be it for tonight. Next stream's gonna be Saturday as usual, where we're going to see what the fuck just happened and hope that my daughter is okay. So let's see if we can find someone to raid. I'm gonna refresh Twitch on this tab. See who's live. Oh, a lot of the people I wanted to raid went offline. That sucks, but oh well. So in that case, let me check something over here real quick. Make sure that someone's not in that chat, because, reasons. Alright. So, Gino's bullying you in Discord. Gino, stop bullying people. That's Iggy's job. Oh, actually, no, I was about to raid Genevieve, but she's literally about to end. So we're going to raid Bree. Cause I follow some other people that are low on viewers, but Bree's doing her whole subathon and shit, so I want to support that where I can. /raid Bree at Cookie Box. Actually, wait, is Bree literally asleep on stream right now? Is that what's happening? What the fuck? You know, as funny as it would be to raid that, probably... You know what? I'm not going to raid her, but I'm going to tell you guys to go... Go send Bree some support at that Twitch link there. Because she's funny and she's a friend of Iggy and all that, so gotta support the homies. So in that case... I'll flip a coin on these three then. Actually, you know what? It's probably... We'll just raid Genevieve and become a fucking... Yeah, actually do that. Not technically against TOS because she's doing stuff. Yeah, that. You know what? I'll raid Genevieve and we'll just do probably a raid train because she's about to end. Have a great night. Take care. I want to raid her before she ends up raiding someone else. Let's go.